There we go. We're back. Woof, it has been a while, hasn't it? Okay, Disco. Uh-oh. Oh, hi, buddy. You busy? You doing something? Yeah? Hi. Go ahead. That's fine. Don't post hole online. Not for free. Wow, yeah. Buddy. Little man. Rob, how are ya? How's the audio? How's everything sounding? Oh, we've got some catch-up to do, my guy. Buddy, claws, watch them. All right, give me a sec here, get everything set up. Check our chat settings. Play with his kitten. Oh, you're fully grown, you're just runty. He might throw a tantrum if I don't get him his scarf. Oh, so, Disco Elysium. We got a light in our hand. We're holding our thing, right? Yeah, we've got our ledger of failure and hatred. Alright, so let's see. We gotta help the Ravers start a nightclub. Still gotta find all the armor pieces. We need to find a sufficiently tragic tape and play it on a boombox to memorize the lyrics. Then ask the cafeteria manager to perform. Oh. Okay, let's find a way into the secret passage. Still got to figure out what's up with the tattoos. We got to check with Alice on the armor. Buddy, you are making this very difficult. Here. Here's your security blanket. There you go. It's all yours. Get on it. Wow. I'll get started as soon as I get him settled. And I finish going through my list. All right. Hunker down, you little weirdo. You had seen an exceptionally beautiful wall in Martinez near the pier and have decided to add to its beauty artistically. This will take a brush first, so I need to check in with Cindy. Then paint, then the act itself. I need to find the firearm. Will take some time. You could start by identifying the bullet. After that, keep your eyes open and be patient. Perform an advanced analysis using hand-eye coordination. Pick up the dice. Excellent. We have our spirits. I gotta help Sona with her project and sync the signs with Noid. That'll lead to a cell. Buddy. I thought we already did that part. 2 signatures. Speak to the assault victim. Confront the Hardy Boys with a Colossia told you. That's what we're up to now. Okay, we gotta find some comrades. We gotta deliver some bad news. Find a tape with the melody for Egghead. I think we did. We just got to turn that one in. We got to get the ice cream maker open. Find the Insulindian Phasmid. Restock the trap you left empty before. Okay. Colossia told you she can't talk about him now, but you need specifics, height, build, etc. to confirm your autopsy. Ask a little later. And, of course, find smokes and smoke them. All right. Colossia told us that she wasn't, in fact, put upon by this gentleman. Hey, buddy.
It's you again. What is it?
I want to talk about the hanging again. Colossia says she wasn't.
Fuck. I knew that
Oh.
fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
Damn, dude. Misogyny is just right on the surface with you, huh?
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz.
He turns back to you.
Raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, I'm sure Elaine is much more trustworthy.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
I say we go aggressive. Cut the bullshit.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her.
Lawman.
You went
Ooh.
and pushed her.
Something breaks in him.
Fucking.
He takes a step closer and says,
Duck.
Titus Hardy.
oh, her voice rings through the room like a warning shot.
Success. Titus backs off. Fists down, everybody.
Everard
Thanks, Liz.
personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic quality. Her lips barely move as she speaks.
Nice.
Frankly, it's a bit terrifying.
I like
Someone
you,
has
Liz.
to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape.
The tattooed man snaps his fingers to
Show
get your
it to him,
attention.
T.
He turns to Titus, who's still
What's the
breathing
harm,
heavily.
right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen.
He
to
slams
this
an
shit.
audio tape on the
Then
table.
Come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
So why should I care
You
about the
don't
tape?
care
You lied to
about
me.
Evidence. The fuck are you a cop for, then?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about.
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it, and they'll have nothing to hide behind.
And where'd you
think
get
we
this
go
tape?
into this shit deaf and dumb. You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that.
Is there a university in Martinez?
We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? It's advanced stuff.
Understood. You've listened in on their communications. How long?
He takes a little note.
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Swing
Things got
lessons.
Nice and quiet after that.
All right, and which one of you is doing this advanced
not
radio
advanced.
work then?
You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't
Thanks,
put
Angus.
yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Chief picks his beer back up to
Yeah,
offer a
man.
silent toast.
You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
So what's on
What's
this tape?
on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why once you listen to it.
And
Sure
where
we
can
find
I?
a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try shoving it up your ass, genius?
Do you think that would work, Shanky?
Play it with your ass, cocksucker.
His voice echoes like thunder in the small
I'm sure we
room.
can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
He
No
repeats
room
calmly in a
handle.
hushed voice.
Or maybe it's too broken.
Yeah, that's enough
Don't
now.
forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy.
Sure.
You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
I'm gonna take off now. We'll get the rest later, since I'm sure we've got to come back. Now, if I'm not mistaken, do I have a thing? No. Where can I get a tape player? The pawn shop. $20.56. Okay. Old gents are still out. Sorry about your Game Boys. We go this way. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. L'origine du disco. This guy doesn't like it when we shine lights in his eyes, so. Hey, man.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Let's give this a shot.
Nope, still no clue.
Boom.
You obviously haven't been doing enough drugs lately.
It's true. I'm looking for something to play as a tape for police business.
We still have those boom boxes on the shelves. Sure
I wanted to ask you about my missing gun. Nope. Okay,
Sure
thanks for
thing.
the review. Is that it up here? Yeah.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves. And your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you
Let's do it.
longingly with its tape reel eyes.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
We got a vibe. Thanks, man. Alright, let's stand by his car. And let's jam this thing out. Box with locusts. Reel of magnetic tape. That's for Egghead. Do we have our tape? Banged up few canister. Oh, we do have Cindy's brush. So now we have Cindy's brush and our paint. We can go do it. Interact. Door Gunner Megamix.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is rooted behind the magnetic reader.
Let's play the tape.
You push Command Set.
How am I sounding, Rob?
The tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachon. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
Another loud screech, some kind of machinery.
Harbor. That's the son of a Kvalsund crane.
Lieutenant takes out his notebook. I sound delicious? Oh, thank you.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens, too. Gonna run a room, Cordy.
Ooh.
A real nice I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally.
Dude, I feel that often.
I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs.
Jesus.
Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
A click, then silence. The rest of the tape is
The
empty.
lieutenant presses the button marked Arete on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
Let's
The
call
village on
Hawaii.
the Samaran Isola, in South Safri. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
You think he was there?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
Who do you think
He could be
Cordy
short
is?
for Kortenaar. One of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates. Mr. Right to Work.
Mm-hmm. Is that the very end? Silence? And what do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off their shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
Also sounded inebriated.
Still.
The lieutenant looks at the tape. You are familiar with this look now. It's his look of suspicion.
There's more going on here than we know.
It seemed
See what else he
authentic
thinks.
enough. Probably
He did say that he was going to do it.
There's more going on here than we know.
I think
Okay,
we've
then
got
what
a few
now?
more questions for class here, don't you?
As you take out the tape,
This seems to contradict your testimony, at least to some degree.
To the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's a Friday night. The
Is it not a Friday
contrast
night?
feels chilly, inappropriate even.
Completely inappropriate. It's a Wednesday. Ugh. Okay. While it's still daytime, I think, let's go pick up our dice.
This orange machine is dead. You slip your fingers under the frame.
Didn't Sona give you...
Equip the multi-tool.
Oh,
by
yes.
going-
Okay. Equip. Tools. The multi-tool. And our flashlight.
This orange machine is dead still.
Oh, we
It
gotta
has
put...
a hand crank.
Do we have any XP? Can we level up our... No. We're getting close, though. We still gotta do a few more things. I think it was this way? Yeah. Hey, you got my die?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? Very
Yeah.
good. That will be 7 real for 1 custom die.
A standard anti-We're-all
A
die.
universal die for Wirral Untethered.
The dice maker opens her desk drawer and hands you a die.
It feels icy. Just holding this die in your hand sends a jolt of cold down your spine. Through the dark resin, you can make out a nugget of bone hewn from an alligator's jaw.
Lovely. How did you become a dice maker?
One? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
And do you like role-playing games yourself?
Especially, I
Oh.
like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers, they're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
All right. This standard 24-sided role-playing die can be used to get results for several dice. It's made of alligator jawbone cast in acrylic resin and embellished with frost motifs. Looks like a minuscule blizzard is stuck in there. Note, look in the map journal to see which white checks have been opened. Okay. Box of sunglasses, the cargo. We gotta go check on that cargo container door. The abandoned lorry. We can still try the mirror. Oh, it's currently locked. The ice cream maker? Did we do it? Was that all that we needed? All right, let's clothes maketh the man. We're looking for physical instrument. And we do not change out of our tie. Put on the white tank top. Conceptualization, logic, composure, pain threshold, empathy, half-light, electrochemistry, suggestion. Okay. Alright, we got our gloves, we got our shoes, we got our fallen track pants.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a
I have got the standard anti-whirl die.
An electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Let's go, crack it open.
Ice squeaks.
Damn it!
Kavalzun multi-tool. But and it's already unplugged. There's not much else.
I have to bulk up. Now let's go talk to Klasia. And then when it's late, we'll go roam the streets and look for communists.
You see a heavy steel door. The key fits the dimple lock.
Ooh.
It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years. But then, the lock clicks. Dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? Haunted by regal spirits from distant ages. No. Smells like engine grease and cut wood. A workshop.
Ooh. Get away from my coffee, you little goon. That's not for you. Oh. Okay, hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. I must go fetch a small dog. All right, Cooper is here. You want to say hi to everybody real quick, Coop, before you burrow yourself into your little nest? Come here, pal. Oh, come here. Everybody is Cooper. Cooper's our homie. Yeah. Doing all right, bud. Yeah. Okay. Okay, buddy. Now you want more head bumps? Just get up. Right up on there. This pinball says Franco-Nigerian. The theme is horses and swords. Okay, pal. I need my hands. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah. Okay, come on, buddy. Oh, sweet guy. Got an elevator. This pinball is white Diora. The back glass shows a female figure in mourning. A spare note. NB. The key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window. I mean, great place for it, I suppose. Uh-huh.
Over there, in the corner.
The pinball machine?
Just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it.
Kim, you seeing what I'm seeing?
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic.
Oh, you've played it?
A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Let's take a closer look.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin-operated. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready.
Hold on. So this will be interfacing. I want to...
Above the painting
check
of
this
a
out first.
mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Muindi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people.
We want to make sure that we are dressed for the job.
The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain. Areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit.
Like a historical pinball game.
Indeed. Think of them as balls.
Think of them as balls. All right. Let's dress for success. We already have +2 interfacing from our gloves. Composure, conceptualization, pain threshold. Okay, good. I think we're as well dressed as we can be.
Over there, in the... not just any pinball machine. This...
Let's do it.
Great.
Cornelius will get the game on, Fingerboy. Those above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill.
Let's go.
A column reads, inspired by the legend of... It takes a while to get into a rhythm.
Gertie Ball
Pretty
is lit.
soon,
Trophy
you're able
earned.
to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, Fingerboy.
Not the first time I've heard that.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was.
What kind of guy was
the
he?
Kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his travels. A masked nationalist.
A racist mountaineer?
An avid huntsman, too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent.
That's not cool.
He also hid his wife and kids. Other people's kids, too. Sometimes pets. Hateful little man.
Damn.
But you seem to be having fun.
I'm pretty good at this.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board. And although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3.
Ooh.
Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go.
Concentrate and aim for the narrow passage.
Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through. Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something glass.
Oh.
The words "Pale Rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Neat.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid, nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. You're down to your last goat. Going
reaction
mostly by
speed.
sound. Eyes are useless at this point. But that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death.
Damn, it can be done. Just watch.
I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake, and then it's all over.
Stay on the ball. We got no choice.
If you can't even see, the last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. It killed itself to spite you. There goes nothing, finger boy.
But the important thing was, we tried. Hello?
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played. Feels like it might jump back
Run
to
your fingers
life
across
any
the
moment.
dust of the white
The
Dior.
lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
What's white
Some
Dior?
kind of inane pinball theme, probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines.
Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't.
What about the other one, the Franco-Nigerian ball? You want to play
No.
that? How about we fire these bad boys
You
up and
can't
play some ball?
Fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist pinball.
He looks away.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
Think. Kim Kitsuragi. Kim Kitsuragi.
Kim Pinball Kitsuragi.
Kim Pinball Kitsuragi?
Exactly.
AKA Pinball?
That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him.
Hey, you're Kim Pinball Kitsuragi.
So now he remembers.
He looks at you in the silence of the workshop, then takes his glasses off and cleans them.
Fine. I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, a.k.a. the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations.
But I still can't remember anything else.
He only remembers hearing about the pinball policeman.
You don't really seem to
No
like
human
pinball.
being should. It is a game that requires no skill and a childlike affinity to flashing lights and to fantastic, science fiction, and historic romance franchise.
Franchise. Ooh, I love the way he pronounces that.
It is lame.
Why are you called
I
Pinball?
am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy.
How did you...
I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring, as you do when you're a juvie cop.
So he's been like a lifelong cop.
It was
Okay.
not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide. End of story.
You were a juvie cop for 15 years?
That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball.
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Trauma and stressor disorder from being a juvie cop.
Wait, so that's why you
It's
didn't
best
talk to
if you
Kuno.
handle the juvenile delinquents.
Well, you're Lieutenant Kitsuragi to me.
Not only to you, I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi to everyone. Now we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a secret path through the whirling.
I got an achievement, the goodest of the good cops. Okay, we can level up our physical instrument. Buddy.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside.
Squeep. Being an ass, dude.
Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in. The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88.
It says last
That it
maintenance
does.
was in 88.
I say, let's brave it.
Oof. And this elevator was maintained a long
At the end of the
time
last
ago.
century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
I like your outlook.
Enthusiasm is sarcastic.
Seems
What
like
the
a
elevator
small
was used
freight
for.
elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
He taps on the guttering light bulb. It's golden in the dark.
There are large rectangular buttons. Monter, descend, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken. A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long, long time ago.
Up we go. Small windows taped shut with black plastic. You can't see outside. Boxes of tools and replacement parts line the shelves. Schematics for a pinball machine. Futurism themed. Hello. Pinball maker's coat. Ooh, +1 hand-eye coordination. +1 empathy, M. Knifelocks blues. This dusty old coat used to belong to someone called M. Knifelocks. The name is stitched into the silk lining. It smells of moths and ancient engine grease, but fits you perfectly. A strange, lonely emotion fills you when you tighten the belt around your waist. I think we stick with this one. We like shivers. But it does look good on us. This pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
This used to be a pinball
like
workshop.
I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
He taps his foot.
Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hearties bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Whirling in Rags was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade. This is all left over
yes,
from that.
As the novelty dice makers said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
It's all
Then
connected,
it
Kim.
went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
Could this mean the Whirling in Rags really is part of the doomed
That's
commercial
true,
area?
then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who
The
likes
doomed
his
hostel?
establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
Stupid superstition. But still, it would be interesting to see what the cafeteria manager thinks.
You gonna go psychologically torment Gart?
It's not a ghost story. It's a curse, and Gart ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells.
Looks like they gave up on
At
fixing the
some
pinball
point,
machines at some
20 years
point.
ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
Oh.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, and
Lieutenant takes out his
everything else
notebook.
here, are new.
So someone's been here within the last
3
week or
weeks
two.
maximum, from the dust cover age. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
He looks at you.
This is so good it makes him forget the whole Kimball memory.
It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider.
Let's have a closer look.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles
Vamp?
have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines. One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways.
Prints look like the person went back and forth.
Between that and that.
He points to the bar door. He points to the elevator door in the corner. This print doesn't look like the odd sole print
The
from
size
the
looks
hanging,
about
Kim.
the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person.
This doesn't look like the worker's boots
No.
from the hanging, does it?
These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print? Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
So what
Which means someone snuck through what seemed like a secret route, behind Classius' room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
There's a tiny hole in the wall. You see a bedroom on the other side.
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat.
We got a peeper.
Dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
I think I can see
You
into
can
Classius'
barely see
bedroom
through.
from here.
Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
He points to the marks nearby.
All footprints. I want to jump to sensationalist conclusions.
Thanks, electrochemistry. What were those people
You
doing
lean closer
in
to the
there?
peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there. Sensationally unnatural.
Kim does not agree.
This is the inside of the barred door you've seen before.
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof. We could ask Classius about this route. See how she reacts?
Let's do it.
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fiction series.
Aw, Kim's cheerful.
System. Look who's in a good mood suddenly and reads science fiction. Yes, it is quite likely that we will re-emerge on the M plane. Brace for psychokinetic impact. Or the roof.
Let's hope for the roof. Miss Clausia! We want... Let's get our empathy up. Alright, we got shivers. We went composure. Don't want to wear that because that lowers our empathy. Calculus, drama, composure, savoir faire, conceptualization, suggestion. Okay, I think we're good there. All right. Miss Clausia.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Titus Hardy gave us a recording where the deceased states his commitment, or states his intention to commit rape.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
On this tape, he does specifically identify you as the target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Those are the exact words he used.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
She picks the cup back up.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Oh, she a freak.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Yes, the word whore was used. Kohoi was mentioned.
Actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
So why say things like that? Machismo?
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
Persona.
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. It was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani's ceramic armor.
Wow.
Which he wore in bed and in the shower.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like a deeply troubled man.
Hold on. He said he was mentally done. That sounds like a broken man to me.
Well, maybe I pieced him back together with my magical personality.
You like this kind of stuff?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? In Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward.
She thinks.
He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Now that you've had some time, can you tell us more about the victim?
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start.
Lieutenant writes it down.
We
in
have a
his
few
notebook.
questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Where is Lelystad? The place, I mean.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
Give me 1 second, buddy. Management now. So look at Clausia. You were both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrek. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
Sex. Alcohol.
Bow chicka wow.
No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
Military man, but not a patriot.
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. He was by no means a stupid man. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot.
You don't seem like much of a patriot yourself.
There is nothing on Muindi. The old, old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together. In loathing.
More like people finding each other because they've both survived the same trauma. Right?
I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me, too.
All right, let's get an age. How old
He
was he,
was
miss?
42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no.
The memory makes her
He
smile.
even celebrated his birthday, like, 10 weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Oh, so a point to me for getting his age right, a point away from me for getting his race wrong, because he was Occidental instead of Mondial. But that should at least even up my score, right, Kim? How am I doing? Desperate for Kim's approval. Buddy, hey. Coffee is not for you. You're bad enough, guy. Little dingus.
Points are good. Have one here before we all die.
I didn't know this was a competition, Kim. Better not to mention it.
The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you. She's clearly sensing something. A spike in testosterone levels, perhaps.
Could it be that love did him in? We ordered a toxicology report. Anything? Any idea?
Pharmaceuticals, I bet. Barbiturates, amphetamine, sildenafil. How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money, make some myself.
It's quite expensive, miss. But we'll manage without your help for now.
His eye color.
Light blue.
Ooh.
They were
She
like,
stops, her eyes half closed, and continues.
like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing.
She takes a
I do him
drag.
an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring.
So
There's
you're
quite
saying
something
there's hope for
watching
me?
him speak.
I've got blue eyes. I have a beautiful, soft voice, I think. My face isn't that fucked up.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe.
She seems to enjoy the
It
word.
made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
Kim, I said to put brilliantine on the form. Do I get a point? But I put it down there.
Okay, sure. Here you go. What else are we missing, officer?
He had a tattoo. What did it mean?
That.
Was it an Oranese map of the waterways?
Sure. Waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
How so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets.
That he has, I don't have.
Tattooed.
I mean, I suppose you could
The
call my
sheets are dirty
musculature
for some
freakish.
reason.
Is this Oranese lit?
Is this Oranese
Yes.
lit?
This is the very essence of Oranese lit. A moment's respite.
Literature
This is the
majors.
struggle itself.
She leans back even further to
He's
demonstrate.
smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?"
She points at the air with her sharp-nailed finger, picking out an imaginary tattoo star.
And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star. Port after port. Third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
And you're the woman in this.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us precisely what these mean?
No, thank you. I've seen enough.
She
of
does
him
not
then.
take it.
I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
She pours herself some more coffee.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Not a very fun story.
It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. A change of topic?
Could it be love that did him in?
It very well could be, yes.
What do you mean?
I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean?
He told me. He told me.
That's not funny, officer.
Her voice is like a slash through the air.
Whoop.
Her shoulders tense up. There. She momentarily lost control over straight back guy. It appears that she feels guilty.
Do you feel guilty?
Of course I do. I'm hungover. I feel guilty about everything.
Do you feel
been there.
guilty about what happened to him?
Among many other things, yes. I could have done something. There's always something he can do, right?
She looks into her coffee.
Ask me something else.
What is this? An interrogation? You didn't tell her this was going to be an interrogation.
I say we push it even further. Something miraculous is coming.
The lieutenant blinks. His expression does not change. All right, let's see where this is going.
From way out in the northwest. He told me.
Cool.
I think we're finished with this line of questioning. Lieutenant puts the slip back in his notes and observes the young woman for a moment.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Do you got anything else about
Not
the
my favorite
assault?
topic, but okay.
No. Okay. Well, thank you for
How
telling
about
us
we,
all this.
change the subject to something more lighthearted now?
I need to talk to you about your room again.
Yeah?
That door. Point to it. Did you know that it leads to a downstairs elevator?
I did not. Mystery solved then. I kept wondering where it led.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back. Let's make a mental note for now.
There's a peephole on the other side, looking into your bedroom.
A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
Lieutenant points to her window. The unmade bed is visible through the glass.
Okay.
There's a pause as she processes this
The
information.
jitter of fear and disgust moves through her body, beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me?
We don't know at this point.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it has been there?
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It shouldn't be hard to cover with some tape.
If it is recent, who do you think
Shit.
made it?
I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe the local kids use it or something. I don't know. I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there?
It's an old pinball workshop. There were tracks on the floor.
This isn't good.
She's straight as a stick, suddenly.
It's an old pinball workshop.
Okay.
Ooh, someone's after her.
I'm glad someone's had fun. Mm-hmm.
She flicks the ash from her cigarette
She's
absent-mindedly.
lost in thought. Eyes narrowed, forehead furrowed.
All right.
All right. I think we're done with this for now.
Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42?
That's what she
Below
said, yeah?
the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42 years old.
Where's this going?
How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder?
Kim, how old do you think I am?
Huh?
How old do I look?
How old? 58.
Maybe you're wrong. Maybe you were wrong about the deceased, too. He was way younger. I think we go, oh my god, that's really old. Really?
You asked.
Maybe you're wrong.
Deceased. He had been decomposing for a week.
The ravages of Al Ghul are nearly as extreme as that of death itself. You're right, I'm probably 62. I feel like I've been decomposing for a lot longer than that.
You've been getting a lot of exercise lately.
You're right, I'm probably 62. Let's leave it at that.
I didn't say 62. I said 58.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements.
Yeah, let's find out how old I am.
Laboratorium.
Thought gained. We'd have to spend our point to uplock the thought. We're dealing with the wasteland of reality. Oh, that's why. I'm at -2 to my physical instrument because I've been thinking about my alcoholism. Oh. Okay, well, we're just going to go through her room. Let's tell Gart. Gart, buddy, I got some bad news. It's 11:36 and you're part of the,
Something you needed?
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
Got the 20 real?
Yeah, 20 real for the night.
Good. You got the room for the night, but...
Take it easy on him. Deep down, he really hates being the guy who has to remind you.
Gart, I saw another thing at the whirling.
Great. I love those.
Gart, what if I told you I got into the back room behind the blue steel door?
Oh, okay. Well,
he controls his excitement
well. I
well.
make noise back there, so good for you.
He's really holding himself back here. It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
You're gonna ask me, Gart?
Okay, what is back there?
Skeletons, a mausoleum of the dead. Pinball machines. It's a pinball workshop.
I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
Why? Do you want to play? I might be up for a game.
No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
Think of turning this place back into a pinball arcade?
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. Well, the machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good sense to him right now. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
I have to warn you. I may have discovered that the whirling is part of the doomed commercial area. Or do we let Gart... What do you think, Rob? Do we let Gart live, like... Do we let him retain hope, or do we scare him? Do we listen to Kim, or do we listen to our own sense of the weird? For now, though, I'm going to tell her about Klesha.
No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
You have Lena. Lena's a good customer.
Yeah, well, she's not a guest, is she? Anyway, I'll forward that woman her bill and be done with it. Now, was there anything else?
There's a peephole in the wall. Upstairs in the secret back room, right next to Clausia's bedroom. I found it where I found the pinball machines.
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the whirling does not abide spying on its guests.
The color has drained from his face. What a shame to fix such a good peephole.
Could you keep the hole there? What if there were some hotties staying in that room? Listen to Kim, they've got your best interest. All right. I don't think I'm going to accuse him of this.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not.
No.
Yes?
Although I am going to get on that karaoke before too long, Gart. It's coming, my guy. All right, it's late at night, but we got work to do. This away, then this away. Oh, I forgot. We gotta go try and get that thing open. Just jamrock shuffling all over the joint. Oh God, why? Tools.
This orange machine is dead still.
Crack it open!
Ice squeaks beneath it.
Oh my
and
God!
It's already unplugged.
I can't level up physical instruments anymore, can I? Ugh. Oh, that's bad. I guess then we put this... Let's go ahead and unlock our last thought slot then, and see if that maybe helps. That's... Date of birth generator. Your face looks like it's 58 and your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100. Both longer than they ought to be, the day and the century. But for how long, then, has this thing attached to your sentience, walked to the planet's crust? Time to start racking those brains of yours, Elder One. When and where were you born? Let's figure out our birthday. We'll have to wait until our next, level up to try again. Oh, what a bummer. Let's look for communists. Oh. The book appears to be erotica, but without actual erotica. Mm.
There. Do you smell that?
Smell what?
Can you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness, that sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent reordering? What
Close
do
your
you
eyes
smell?
and take a deep breath.
The first thing that strikes you is the overwhelming brine. You imagine yourself underwater, a 100-legged arthropod scuttling along the murky silt at the bottom of the sea. But then, the unmistakable reek of seagull shit hits you, buoyed along on the air currents, an acrid melody atop mouldering cords of wood rot and heavy fuel oil.
Everything in order, Detective?
I'm working on developing my political consciousness.
You're developing your... You know what? I just leave you to it. Carry on, Detective.
Thank you, Kim.
The lieutenant lacks your highly developed politico-olfactory cortex. The smell is
Politico-olfactory.
undeniable, and it's coming.
I can always smell a commie.
There. Certainement. The precocious communist youth.
Yeah, I
symbol
knew Cindy
of
was a
calmer,
comrade.
more hopeful future. Now's your chance to establish contact with your revolutionary brothers and sisters. A chance to establish contact with the future. What a beautiful, terrible thought.
I agree, Inland Empire.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Hey, just to let you know, piss, slur, and fuck the world send their best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
I think they're afraid of you. Let's see. They seem to hold you in high esteem. I think they're afraid of you. Maybe it's just skull solidarity. Or I made up they're sending the best part, but I did talk to them. No, they seem to hold you in high esteem.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
Skulls are cool. Can I be a skull?
Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
Okay, then how's that?
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in that maze, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
Oh, I'm the bad guy. Okay, I get it. Attempt to establish contact. Hey, sister, let's talk politics for a minute.
And what do you know about politics?
My nose told me that you're also a communist. We should team up, join forces.
Well, well. Sounds like quite the snout you've got there.
Your olfactory department wants you to know that it accepts no responsibility for wherever this line of interrogation leads you.
Sure. I know someone who'd love to talk that ideological stuff. You're looking for Steban.
Who's
A
Steban?
right communist who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting.
Do you know where to find him?
Might.
Will
No.
you tell me?
The lieutenant let slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable.
Is it money you've won? Here, take some. I've got plenty. I don't, but maybe I can bribe her?
Keep your money. What I want from you's better than gold.
Don't look so deflated. Whatever she asks, you keep your chin up. A wicked grin extends across her face. A laughing skull. Death hilarious. This is gonna be bad.
Bad.
Blink for me, piggy. Just once.
Oh, yeah. As a cop, yeah.
Wow.
Oink, oink.
That was easier than I expected.
I know what I am.
Almost like you've been wanting to do it this whole time.
A cool, damp feeling ripples.
Ooh, my morale!
You realize you needn't have rolled over quite so easily. The
I don't
lieutenant,
care.
Needless to say, is not impressed.
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Steban. It's touching. Sort of. Steban's group meets only at night. In an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight.
Ooh.
Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
Hold on, what else can you tell me about
Just
this
that he's a real
Steban?
communist. Not like the play acting you've been doing.
Hey now.
The rest, you'll have to see for yourself.
It's very
Hold
helpful.
on.
Thank you, Cindy.
You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?
No, but I hoped.
See, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like. You can't join the meeting without one.
You're not going to tell me,
Why
are
would
you?
I? That would be so boring. Now, let's see if you're half as dedicated a communist as you say you are. That's enough. Off with you then.
She makes a lazy shooing motion with her dangling hand. All right, well, thanks, Cindy. Let's check our... Find the secret passphrase. Oof. How are we gonna do that? Right, got the greatest innocence, a primer for small kids, La Fumée. We don't have any explicitly...
The face of King Free. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name
Cristal La
from
Fumée,
Mezov's
maybe?
immortal expression.
We've already
But
read all
like
of this.
the structures of capitalist ideology, only 4 issues in. So please, if you value our radical Mezovian perspective on contemporary...
What do you expect? It was laying...
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
See what they mean by
Unsurprisingly, much
local
of this set you
concerns,
skim the
maybe.
headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain the
Again,
writer,
I
G.
agree with
Martin,
that.
good thing
Right.
You
Okay.
flip back to the front of the magazine.
Okay. I don't think that there's one in there. Maybe we go up and we see what's happening. It is now midnight 18. The door is locked. You can't get in. The chair is new. Someone lives back there. Above, tarps flap in the wind. Forgotten hammers and nails rust. $2. 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Enough coal to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. Someone's been sleeping here. Recently. Cindy? Oh, laborer jeans, a little extra scratch. Anything else around here? Cindy, I'd like to talk to you about art.
The piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right. We've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
She crosses her arms. Is that bed in the coal room yours?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Don't you have a
Does
real home?
anyone in a city like this?
She replies wistfully, looking around.
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
It's not the nicest place, but I guess we'll have to
do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all. Shoot, piggy.
Is that heavy fuel oil?
Intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself.
Gross.
Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it, too.
The fumes are bad for you, okay?
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage.
Let's see. What are you doing to the
I
wall?
haven't really started it yet. Have you ever
So you don't know what
tried
to
we
write?
rarely see pictures?
She wants it to be something true.
Yeah?
Actually, I don't have an opinion. I
Lying
lied.
is cool, I guess.
She absentmindedly paints a red streak on her left cheek. Okay. I guess she's not gonna allow us to use her for inspiration.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
The classic, fuck the police, I love you, Kuno, mother of all walls. What shadow lies there beneath the bright gleam? Draw a 3,500-year-old pictogram of a human being. Something beautiful is going to happen. No parking. So far, something beautiful is going to happen is at the top of my list, but let's see if we can't find some more inspiration. I think this might be one of the last things that we do.
The door is closed again. You hear someone inside, walking from room to...
Okay, so Gary's back home. Alright. Alright, midnight 23. Kim, we got a little stuff to do. Yep. Past the docks, down here, across the bridge to the waterway, over here. Is this the one that I left empty earlier?
The trap stands empty amongst the reeds, powdered with snow. No insect sounds or movement around. Only the reeds' melancholy rustling.
Fantastic.
The locusts, dazed from being transported, slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings. They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
Good. Now that's done. When do you think we will return to our impending apocalypse of a murder investigation? Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question.
He doesn't want to.
Fair enough.
But if there is one more cryptozoological runaround, he must force the investigation back on track. This better be it.
Alright. Last time we messed with the cryptids, Kim, I promise. Seems the walker with his eyes are very confused or drunk out of his mind. Yeah, I know. Oh, is someone home here? Hello? Hey, gentlemen. Not really much in terms of a sprint option in this game. Oh. Mademoiselle.
The old woman still sits in her chair, continuing with her chores. As she does so, she quietly hums to herself. The buzz of electric lights blends together with the slow rumble of the ocean waves at night. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
Yes,
you still up?
I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older.
Tell me about it. She sloshes the water in the bucket around for a bit.
The suggestion is, don't grow any older than you already are. That's old enough. What's troubling your mind?
What is the song you're humming?
A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaran children's song.
What's it called?
Surrender to the night.
She replies, slowly rocking back and forth.
That's kind of grim for a children's song, even if it is a lullaby.
It sounds nice.
Yes, it does.
I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Hell yeah.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
The lieutenant says, rubbing his thigh. Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth.
Ooh.
I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
I don't want her signature because it is about, like, her signing off her property. Clothes. We have a +1 pain threshold, element proof, +1 light, always hot, -1 drama for sweating like a pig. The Fallen Windbreaker. Doors closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Fair enough. Drunk guys. I got your jacket back, my guy. Where are you? How do I get there? This way, then this way. Aha!
Tequila Sunset.
Idiot Doom Spiral. I'm ready now. I've seen it. Tell me the story of Tequila Sunset.
Mm-hmm. Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords.
He takes a big sip, then begins.
Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man. The myth.
Wait, did we meet on Friday?
Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story.
Sorry,
Stop
my bad.
interrupting.
He takes another sip, then continues.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head, right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
That does kind of sound like me, too.
Oh, yeah. That's totally your style. The lieutenant's
Thanks,
brow
electrochemistry.
is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Yeah, sure, I did that thing. What of it? Oh, yeah, not the first time this comes up.
Hey, man, I'm not judging.
He waves a bottle
This
towards you.
life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have killed themselves. And been drunks. Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics...
So a full day of drinking.
Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
I'm trying to straighten up, man.
Bratushka. The only thing
God.
better than that is putting the pedal to the metal after you kiss the tie. And off we go.
Oh, my.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard.
Ouch.
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs. The time hath come! So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come, to which you replied, the time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things!
Oh, God. Say nothing. It's more dignified that way. Is it?
Your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us. Which
I mean, it's something, I guess.
We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
So is Tequila Sunset an event or a name? It's both, I think.
Sure. I think you were the event. Tequila Sunset. You know, as opposed to a Tequila Sunrise, which is long gone.
Oh, my real name is Harrier.
No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
You know, I appreciate the help, Idiot Doom Spiral. I don't think I'm going to be taking that much advice from you.
Hours.
How long do we party
It was
for?
an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Whew.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
Yeah, that's not necessarily the word that I would choose, proud, but, you know, it is a thing.
If you only knew.
Do we talk about politics? Did I tell you anything specific about the person that fucked me?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Did I say anything about the case?
You said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main
Hyperstellar
interest
law
was
official.
cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the
I'm saving
star
that one
of
for
the
last.
show.
We talk about politics.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way.
That's a lot of fucking.
The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Oh, this guy's a libertarian. That's why he's an Idiot Doom Spiral. I get it. All right. I tell you anything, or did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who'd cleared 501 cases.
As you've already determined, the actual number is 216.
It's just
but what's a
double
little
it.
embellishment between friends?
No thanks to the squares at the precinct, as you put it.
Did I meant to tell you anything specific about this person
You were
that fucked
pretty
me?
vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
Oof.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Sure do, Rosemary.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
How you became Idiot Doom
Depends,
Spiral?
Really. Are you willing to help me out?
Sure.
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
You want booze, don't you?
It, man.
His eyes light up.
Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see?
Do I have booze?
Have you gotten
Yeah, I've got a
anything
potent
for
pilsner.
good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Yeah, I've got a potent pilsner.
Not much, but it will do.
He grabs the bottle from your hand and uncorks it immediately.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here.
He turns to you.
Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder/junior partner at a high-concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
Go on.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high-concept stuff. I developed the
bullshit.
paradigm,
He's an economist.
worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me.
Wait,
so
how many
I
people?
went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
How many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about
E-communist? No, e-libertarian. This guy's basically one of those crypto bros who's like, well, you know, if we take high value individuals, then we can capitalize on the net worth of the collective as a whole and leverage that against market needs. Not a communist, a vulture, a bit of a dick, I think. Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world.
As the kind of guy that dresses in the finest designer wear, Zuckerberg type.
But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
He says thoughtfully, brushing dust off his shit-stained pants. What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
He shakes the bottle and makes a ringing sound.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see. At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
What are we talking
Wet,
exactly?
Okay, it was raining really hard.
There's a trace of derision in his voice.
I made my way back home and discovered that
Stop
I didn't
asking
have
me
the
how
key
wet
to the
things
front
are.
gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Let's go with the sympathy.
Ouch. Indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up.
Always?
So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You gotta be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were.
Yeah. Goodfellow and Co. from Target.
I'd taken the key to the office.
I only dress in the finest of gear from the oldest of navies. You've probably never heard of the label. All right, so what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Okay. Naturally wary of admin. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. No one has ever offered me edible lingerie and or strap-ons in a conversation, all right? You buy edible lingerie and strap-ons after you go specifically looking for them, right? Just a passerby strap-on salesman? Ridiculous. No quality control. It's unrealistic.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day.
Womp
and
womp.
Since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my
That
apartment
happened
for
fast,
years,
man.
And my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
This entire dude's life shattered apart because he forgot his keys one time.
Now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
There's a black point in the world, a hole. It's already claimed an entire commercial area. Maybe you're another one of its victims? Do you realize it's your own fault? Wait, is that it? I feel like there's some steps missing.
I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Sure.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
You do realize that all of this is your own fault.
I don't remember you being such a dick before, Tequila.
He takes a slow, despondent sip of his bottle, then looks across the bay towards the glittering lights of La Delta
That
at
doesn't
night.
mean you're wrong, though. Anyway, that was all the tale one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
Why do you keep losing all your
fucking
stuff?
Question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit?
He keeps, the brand of his tracksuit keeps changing. I know, it's
used to
fallen.
own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything.
It's probably because of your like general vibe, man.
Then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
So, what was the name of your agency?
Man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called
Cultural incubator.
Thin Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
He looks towards the
If
bay.
it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
Mixing oil painting and breasts to make ads isn't high art, it's just cynical wankery. Weirdly enough, mixing high and low commodifying culture, that is extremely my shit, except I don't like to commodify culture.
Well, you know, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising.
Yeah, maybe, but it's still
Maybe
tired.
you're right. Who knows? Maybe we were behind the curve? We were fucking rich, though. That much I know.
So what's up with the tracksuit?
You've never seen 100% Lycra before?
I don't want to
Go
touch
on.
it.
Feel that primo material.
Man extends his arm.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15% less human.
My morale is taking a hit.
Randomized trials have also found Lycra, TN, to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers. So you also have that to look forward to. And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
I do not.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime.
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
This jacket? I discovered a boardwalk and I'd cleaned on a whim? The man examines the jacket for a moment, a look of consternation on his brow.
Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
So you're saying there's another lost jacket out there somewhere?
It's a big world out there, Tequila. A lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing fawn, like some low-concept bicycle courier.
My man, you're homeless.
Tell you what, Tequila, why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
I do.
Got any more
But as
stories?
you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
I've got some Commodore Red. He snatches the bottle and pushes the cork in through the bottleneck.
The tale I'm about to tell you
Gross.
is an urban legend particular to Martinez.
Staying up all night talking with our drunk friends.
I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Koran.
He lifts the bottle to his lips and takes a long, luxuriant sip.
There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Phenomenon?
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary.
Poor Rosemary.
Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal.
You got a smoke on you? If yeah, you should light up. Help set the scene.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides.
He looks up to the sky as if searching for peace himself.
What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
I
A
don't know.
headless man, wearing a fawn tracksuit, riding a horse. That's right. It's the headless fawn rider.
Dun dun dun.
Rumored to be searching for his legendary fawn cap that went missing when he lost his head.
I thought the headless phone rider rode a bull.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Lieutenant says with a little smirk.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless fawn rider riding on the back of another headless man.
That's super spooky.
Yes. According to legend, young Gertrude Het had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or tracksuit again. And she's one of the lucky ones.
He takes a sip from his
Gertrude
bottle.
Het may have been the first to witness the headless Faun Rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck,
Feminists?
Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
You know it?
What? You know it.
I've read the case file. But please, go on.
Let's hear.
Right. Early autumn of 46.
2 years later.
Ulla de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season. The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ulla turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the headless Faun Rider looming on the horizon.
God, you love a good
Ulla makes a
loom.
run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
What did the case file
Naturally,
say?
Ulla De Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called headless Faun Rider and that she ran, fearing for her life.
He adjusts his
During the
glasses.
investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty, and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story.
Was she arrested?
No. She committed suicide before she could be taken into custody.
Oof.
They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly peeling off the ceiling. Not a pretty scene.
Damn, Kim.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another case closed.
He takes a hearty
Anyway,
swig from his bottle.
That's the story of the headless Faun Rider.
Who was the
Pretty
headless
crazy,
rider?
Huh?
Who was the headless rider
Well,
before he died?
Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost found cap, plotting revenge.
How wild would it be if we run into the headless Faun Rider?
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline.
Some Looney Tunes shit.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
Passing horse happens all the time.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Isn't it?
I do
All
agree.
the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway,
Sure, my guy.
to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
I've got an even crazier story.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
One in a million things happen 1 in a million times, yeah. What about Col de Mamamakwa? It's a magical
I have to
self-replicating
admit, that's
sound.
pretty high concept. Still not as awesome as a headless rider in a found tracksuit, though.
Okay, whatever became of the headless Faun Rider?
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
He makes a spooky gesture with his free hand.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Aye. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
You got any more urban myths?
I do have one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice.
I'm hanging on to the medicinal blue spirit. I don't have any ammo right now.
I'd be extremely grateful.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
You got it, buddy. What's up, Kim?
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My style? What about it?
Well, a little eclectic, don't you think? How would you even describe what you're wearing?
Eclectic is for pop music with indigenous percussion. You're a sartorial maverick.
Formal apologetic, hobo chic, superstar casual, regular core, office harbinger, or they're just clothes, Kim. Who cares? We're looking a little hobo chic. I think we've talked ourselves out of the notion that we're superstar cops. Right? Like Superstar Cop 1, Apocalypse Cop 1. We're mostly communist. Boring Cop, I think we stay away from. We stay away from Sorry Cop. Office Harbinger, maybe. I have been a huge asshole, so...
Well, I can't say it doesn't fit you. Still, you might try branching out a little. You know the expression, the clothes make the man. The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
Okay. You're a sharp-dressed man. We could be style buddies.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
I'll dress like you.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
Kim telling me, dude, you gotta do something about the way you're dressed, my guy.
Legend. He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little bottoms up.
Here, give me a bottom of the bottle for the Pilsner.
Tequila Sunset.
I found another batch of alcohol. Tell me the third story.
Story later. Not much,
Pilsner.
but it will do.
He grabs the bottle and
This
uncorks it
last
immediately.
one is the most Martinet story I've ever heard.
He takes an almost comically long swig. Thus fortified,
I've
he
never
continues.
heard it mentioned outside of here. At first, I thought it was a joke, to be honest. But I've been on the coast 8, 9 months now.
It's a long
and in
time
that
to be roughing
I've
it,
seen
dude.
At least 3 expeditions come through, searching for something.
Cryptids?
Magic animals? No, man, this is serious stuff.
They're lost keys.
Hey! Fuck you, Tequila.
Okay, what kind of expeditions?
All kinds. I've seen archaeologists, gangsters, even a bunch of ad agency types. I'm telling you, Tequila, this thing's got a pull on certain kinds of people.
What do you mean, certain kinds?
You know, obsessive types. People with predilections.
I fit that description. What exactly are we talking
Some
about
of
here?
those expeditions come back after a week or so, looking haggard and dejected. Others don't return at all. The first
Dun, dun,
time I
dun.
saw one of these expeditions, I thought they were fucking with me. There was no way it could be true. It was just too high concept, even for me.
And you're a high concept guy.
Wait. There's no way. It can't be. Or can it?
I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. You're in a
Hang on.
fragile state.
Gonna heal up our
and it
morale.
might be too much for you to handle.
I can
Okay,
handle it.
Fine, I'll tell you. But I'm warning you, it's pretty out there.
His
Our
eyes narrow with
story
mystery.
begins at a legendary design studio, right here in Martinez.
Ooh, I hate to leave on a cliffhanger, but hang tight for just a moment. I need more coffee, and I gotta pee. So back in just a flash. There we go. Now that my back teeth aren't floating, let's talk about this legendary design studio.
There was this designer. His exact name is lost to history, but in life, he was a legend. Made it big in Aranya, where he did some real pioneering work on grotesque and sans serif typography. A fucking genius, man.
Yeah, dude. He made a font that'd murder the gods. He takes a swig, wipes his mouth, and continues.
Who knows? It's an urban legend, after all.
He existed, all right. You feel it deep within your basal ganglia. He was as real as you are.
Doom Sparrow, what the fuck are you talking about?
Anyway, sometime later, he started his own personal studio here in Martinez.
Okay, my guy.
And that's when he started working
This
on some
fucking
really
cat,
wild
man.
stuff. I'm talking some glass-smooth, forward-looking design language. The kind of thing that would totally overthrow the old regime, design-wise.
Okay. This cat keeps on, every time I close the door to isolate the sound better, this cat opens it back up again. Right? So I got a little secondary light. Let's see. Do we want that? Yeah, let's keep him on. Oh, look, he's a little glowy blue guy. I love that. Let me get a little extra color going on here.
A paradigm-shattering revolutionary?
But then something turned. You see, it's widely known that nose candy and pioneer graphic design work go hand in hand.
Naturally.
You know tequila, nose candy, the white
Taps the nose
railroad,
himself.
Party powder.
Yeah, buddy.
The kids on the streets also call it Snow Day.
Or Emelan Gold.
Hey, at least we got a couple bucks.
Which most of the world's supply is grown and harvested, typically by slave labor.
I think we clocked earlier that like the entire political situation in the various Moondies is primarily funded by cocaine. So
Sinus salt, the White Knight.
I get it.
Hansi, for its popularity among the aristocratic class of the prior century.
Along with a number of more banal street names. Blood,
Wow.
of course, but also flake, powder, pearl. Really, anything that's white will work. He's talking about
Los
cocaine.
Drogos? Oh, you mean cocaine.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Gives you a comradely bump on the shoulder as a couple millimeters of booze slosh out of his bottle. So what happened to him?
You've got to understand, the work this guy was doing was so high concept that regular amounts of cocaine just weren't cutting it. By the end, they were bringing it in by the lorry load.
He's going to buy Twitter.
Now, as you might imagine, snorting that much cocaine can't be healthy for a regular human, right?
Right.
Wrong. Do it all the time.
All the time?
Day, baby.
Hey, tequila, pay attention.
What? Huh?
The story goes that one day he was balls deep in work on what he thought would be his pièce de résistance. An advert so minimal, it contained neither text
This is so
nor
scathing.
images, just pure white. Apparently the idea was too high concept even for this genius. He dropped dead right at his desk before he could finish. His last words are recorded to have been, "It's as white as a blizzard of cocaine."
What a stupid fucking
But the
idea.
story doesn't end there. Supposedly, when they performed the autopsy, the coroner discovered nearly 1/4 kilo of coke jammed into his nasal cavity.
What?
That's almost certainly anatomically impossible. Wrong again, nerd. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Thanks,
That's
electrochemistry.
250 grams of blow had accumulated in there over the years. We're talking high-grade Saramaritsian pure. Not that cut-rate shit your grandma does.
Hey, my grandmother only does the pristinest of blow.
There are those who believe the designer was buried with this 1/4 key of nose candy still lodged in his sinuses. That's what those expeditions are looking for.
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull.
Wow. Wow.
No. Wow.
And why do people think the skull is here in
Here's
Martinez?
the kicker. This designer, this lead designer of a world-famous design studio, was born in Martinez. A local boy, Martin Martinez. That's why he brought his studio here, back to where it all began. And that's why they buried him here, too. Perhaps right under Ab's pipe there.
He points to the pipe.
Probably further down the coast, or in some yard in Martinez.
Can I find the cocaine skull?
Hidden mausoleum. No one knows exactly.
No, my grandma always told me his grave lay somewhere on the islets on the bay.
This is ludicrous and physically impossible. Sinuses can contain that amount of anything.
Now, detective. Always the skeptic. My only question is, where does one get a shovel?
Rosemary, you said something about islets?
Or his grandma. He's just making things up.
No, my grandma told me. I've heard other people say it too. That it's underwater. Or no. Maybe it was the storm sewers.
Or maybe it's in the air. Or in an ancient state pyramid offshore.
In a pyramid? Now that would be something.
Well, what do these expeditions plan to do with it?
The archaeologists say they want to put it in a museum. The gangsters say they want to sell it on the black market. And the ad agency guys say
Yeah, not to be confused with aglets, the little coverings on the end of your shoelaces that help you get it through the eye holes.
Bullshit. They just want to snort it. But you could beat them to it, Harry. You could snort the magic skull cocaine instead.
Oh?
I'm pretty sure they all just want to snort it, though.
And why wouldn't they, eh? Sounds like right strong stuff.
What have you learned
They're
from the other
pretty
expeditions?
vague about it in general. The gangsters like to claim they're looking for the grave of a friend with picks and shovels. The archaeologists act all official about it, saying they're conducting serious research. Honestly, I think they're not really scientists, just rich. The junkies, for some reason, are pretty upfront about it. They just say they're looking to snort some blow out of a dead man's nasal cavity.
Like you do?
Honest men on an honest quest. You should join them.
By now, I'd say I know about as much about it as anyone on the coast.
Sure, let's do it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on just a minute. Finding it right now is literally impossible.
What?
Why?
For one, the way is blocked by that big lorry that says Delta Logistics Company on the side. You definitely have to search the area behind that lorry, too. Yet, it is impassable. And second, outfitting an expedition like that is expensive. It'd have to be a big production to do the cocaine skull justice.
I don't think
You
so.
need new gear, people who know what they're doing, all kinds of provisions.
I'm just going to try and stumble onto it.
It's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame of our current setup. Matter of fact, unless a bunch of money just falls out of the sky, we might never know what's up with that skull.
I have to agree. We barely have what we need to solve the case we've got now. We can't afford to run around chasing after quasi-mythical pieces of drug paraphernalia.
We can't find the bong
it would look
of all reality?
bad for the RCM to be caught up in something that has the word cocaine writ large on it. The PR is tricky on this.
Damn, that's too bad.
Maybe there's another way. Maybe up around the coast. Don't give up now.
Yeah, well, that's the reality situation for you. Who knows, though? Maybe someday we'll get our chance.
Any more stories you can tell?
Of, currently.
I guess that makes sense. You've been drinking a lot.
The case. Yes.
All right. Thanks, man. Abigail, you good?
Don't call Abigail.
Why shouldn't I call Abigail?
Snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail.
His breath smells harsh like a toxic
call
swamp as he whispers you.
Abigail.
He then waves his hand as if shooing you away. All right.
Call Abigail.
I don't think I'm going to get much out of that guy. Whew. What a doozy. Lots of information packed in there. We want to go up to this boardwalk with Kim. No, is it this way?
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
Oh.
There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it. And a small layer of white salt from the sea.
Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know...
He takes his glasses off.
Once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Can you still shoot, though?
It's hard how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
Alright.
You see, I want a slogan.
It fell, tomorrow's a whisper away. Okay, this was not the right path. There's the other trap. Over here was the buoy. Right. Sometimes it is hard to track kind of where you can go. We're already taking a look at this.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A single person stands on the sideline.
Kim, who was who in this
I don't know
execution?
who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Feld?
What if it was the Feld personnel when their assets were being seized by the
Another
revolutionaries?
likely scenario.
Or maybe...
What about the people from the coalition, the so-called moralists?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Who were they?
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world.
Oof.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Feels like all that we can realistically do in that kind of situation is mourn. Okay, I think I've gotten everything else around here. I guess it doesn't like me going that way. Okay. The controls in this game are very interesting. Like, it kind of forces you to do the Jamrock Shuffle because you have to, like, search around with the joystick. Nope. So how do I get back up to the... I gotta go back up through the boardwalk. No, it wasn't over here. It was over here. It was this way. This way. Okay, we've already taken care of the body. I had forgotten if we had done that since it was, God, a week and a half, 2 weeks since last we did this. This game is like... It's beautiful and thought-provoking, and for some weird reason, it is sometimes intimidating to me. Right? Like, I have to be in the right mindset to play it. There's, like, a level of dread that's almost attached to it. I don't know. I'm working on it. I did get the key to that place. I didn't need to pay Gart $20. Ooh. I could have saved that money. All right. Let's I'm thinking about my date of birth generator. We're dealing with the wasteland of reality for another 4 hours. But I think we've done all that we can for the night. It's time to let Kim get some rest. I got to talk to Titus in the morning. All right, Kim. Good night, Detective.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. Now without the expression. It's just hairy.
Let's let the mirror be for now. Swap to our chain cutters.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it,
I gotta put
your face.
points in interfacing.
Now without...
interfacing. Let's put on our clothes to make the man. Okay. +1 interfacing. +2 interfacing. Shirts. Perception, savoir-faire, logic, perception. That's all the interfacing we got. Reaction speed. Okay.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your fate. The faucet is quite
Hey, we got a success.
But you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
All right, success. Sorry about the talking. I had to do a thing. Door is locked. Now, though the sleep will come for Kim, I'm gonna think about some things for a bit.
It is the dead of night. Now is not the time for sitting.
Fair enough. I guess then that I will go to bed.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Composure.
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
I live here. My room is right upstairs.
But what are you doing here? Talking to me?
Tell me again about that muscular type.
He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
Besides muscular, did he have any other identifying traits?
He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese. Muscular.
What did he look like?
Handsome. Strong. Like one of those military types.
Was he alone?
But he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
All right, thanks for the information.
Anything else on your mind? Bye-bye, Gendarme.
All right.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Let's get some shut-eye.
The room behind your closed eyelids is familiar now. The only home you've ever known. Its darkness gathers. The last thing you hear is the wind blowing in through.
I wish I could go to sleep so easily.
Then something comes. A kind of sleep.
A kind of sleep?
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes. Tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
Great, this is gonna be chill.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately?
Every night I get to contend with my own self-loathing, and the game calls me out for it.
Murdered anyone lately?
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then forgets about it.
Okay, so I'm a murderer, and that's bad.
He doesn't even flinch. Iceman doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him.
Oh.
Blackwater.
I got a ton of
under
guilt.
the bridge. The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
What is it?
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
They're right. This is their function. To keep you from it.
Why are you doing this? I just want to sleep. I can almost see the dark.
To help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
And the air will smell of apricots.
Of hell. An ancient
like her chewing gum.
sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
Doesn't sound like it'll be okay.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Oh. Oofda. All right, Harry. Up and at 'em. We got work to do.
Yes?
Hold still a second. Try to smell Kim.
Is fastidious as a cat in matters of his
I think we did this before. We're trying to smell if he's a communist.
The lieutenant's aftershave, but what sort of...
Do you need something, detective? It's
just wondering what kind of
fancy,
brand you use.
Just plain old Tiger Super Special. Are you thinking of, you know...
Lose these bad boys? No way.
It's your business, of course. Was there something else you wish to discuss?
Nah, but I like you, Kim. All right. Morning, Hardy boys.
It's you again. What is it?
So I talked to Glacia about the tape.
He tenses immediately. Chest tightens. Jaw sets. Ready for another blow.
And nothing. She stands by what she said.
Fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Yeah, it was bad. Honestly, I expected it to have more effect. It was dark stuff, but it didn't prove anything. And it didn't change her mind. She pretty much laughed it off, Titus. I think we do, she pretty much laughed it off, Titus.
Fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine. People are supposed to be like that.
It did not come as a surprise to her, and she definitely wasn't scared.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Oh, now Kim's poking the bear.
Funny.
I'm the good cop.
Oh, good goddamn son.
I'm the good cop.
Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
He slams his giant fist on the door
Please try to
frame.
Control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
Her voice is a bit softer
This
than
is
earlier.
just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
Titus rubs his chin with his palm as if trying to grind
You
it
don't have to say
smooth.
everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Maybe she isn't who you thought she was. Maybe she is still in denial, you know.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head.
You don't know? She's a model. She won a pageant. Or she's not some helpless girl. She's a hardcore party girl with a bigger death wish than mine.
Yeah, you're right about that. She takes way.
He cracks his knuckles thoughtfully like a...
Well, it's as they say. You can't do anything with an underdose.
With an overdose, you can at least try to come off it. Take a bath, do breathing exercises, get medical attention as necessary. With an underdose, you're just you.
Oof.
Yeah, underdose isn't an actual word.
Yeah, but I mean, she has an actual drug problem. Not like you. Not like us. I don't think I've ever seen her sober. Yeah, maybe. That is a possibility.
Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck on!"
He throws his beer can down.
That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand?
Whoops.
Your little investigation is over.
Yeah.
There is silence in the room. Elaine starts saying something and
On
thinks
the
best
floor,
not to.
beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What
Got
is
him rattled.
this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
Man shouts for mine the counter.
Beers? Now we're talking.
Glenn livens up.
Over here, cafeteria manager.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less
Ooh.
confident they will be. Convince
Hey!
Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
One of his boys
Just
will.
remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility.
That's it then. Case closed. We're going home, Kim.
He'll get it. Go on.
Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you.
Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Because of some chick?
Bring that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
A wince. It's involuntary.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's
He scratches
what
the
they do
notebook.
in the Wild North.
They hang you, like in the Dark Ages. Make a display of your corpse. They just hang you, shoot you, whatever. They can't even remember.
It wasn't that. It wasn't.
The fat man says
We
with a
didn't
wheeze.
shoot him.
That's it. That's the weak one.
Oh!
You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
Theo's the one I least want to fuck with. The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely
A
calm.
Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
Just ignore Theo? Okay, let's listen to Volition. Or what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no fucking reason?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
He takes a breath,
Shut
wheezing.
up, Angus.
He was dead before you hanged him? The little guy hits Angus on the back of the head, a loud slap.
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
Does he?
Oh, we did
His
it, boys.
closed fist is shaking. It's you who's in control. Let them have their moment.
The room falls quiet. So quiet you can hear Angus wheeze.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
Poor guy.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked.
He grabs his chest.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus?
Damn,
now
Lizzie.
It's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I
Oh,
told you
even
just beat
Elizabeth
her
is
up.
rattled. Oh.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
She walks off without looking back.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions?
So you didn't kill him. He was already dead.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head.
Another nod.
Because
Why?
the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls, plural.
There's another girl. 2 of them. Take note of this.
Was it
They'll
Sylvie?
Probably say more about her later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
So what happened Sunday night?
Classier came down. She seemed
Yeah,
really
let's go. Let's fucking
drugged
Columbo
up
this shit.
than usual.
Yeah.
Eyed and gurning, you know? Not in
Gurning?
a fun way.
Is there a fun way to gurn?
It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How did you know?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
A Sunday friend kind of thing. The rat-faced man snickers.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
What happened
We went
then?
Upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking...
Scratches his
dirty
chin.
sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they've been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Who's Tibbs? You hate
Yeah,
Cardi?
he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
Whose idea was it to hang him anyway?
In
Hers?
a manner of speaking.
Remember the 2 girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Was this the other
That's
girl?
right. It was her idea to hang him. I
Oh,
liked
we
it
caught him.
For political reasons. It sent a good message.
It's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker. The missing 8th Hardy.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
You know, it's okay for there to be a Hardy girl, Titus. And if you're going to stonewall me if I ask more about her, aren't you?
Glad you understand that.
Yeah, okay. So, who killed the Merc then?
No,
Any leads?
just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
No, what are you thinking?
Someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
She did seem really spooked that there was someone, like, watching her, so...
She's got one of those checkered pasts.
Spelled with a
The
Q.
shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
The young guy nods. And you ideas about his past,
I
too.
do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell.
He pauses to think.
Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
I set the beat from the get-go, man. It's you who's late on the steps.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again. The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
If Clossie didn't kill them, why the cover-up?
I've noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
I didn't notice anything. What kind of shit are we talking
Can't
about?
show up on police radar kind. There are people after her.
She's in trouble with the Orionese government.
Where she came from.
These people. Who
They're
are they?
Powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
I'm not going to apologize for making him fight. Fuck these guys. All right, thanks for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
Hey, cop. Before you go...
He grabs his beer and swirls it in his hand, then thinks of something.
Clausia came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But
she would still prefer it if we didn't take her away.
Right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
Wow.
We'll take that into account.
Lieutenant slides his notebook into his coat pocket and turns to leave. Oof. Oof.
Hello, dear.
Lena, how you doing?
Good to see a familiar face.
I restocked the empty trap. Where's Morel?
Thank you for doing that, dear.
She manages a smile for you.
Her smile is weary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him.
Let's care. It's probably for the best. It's awfully cold out there in those raids.
I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times. Such is field work. A young person's game, as they say.
So, who's going to check the
Morel will
traps?
eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going back out, perhaps.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
Kim, we have to go that way anyway. We'll take care of it.
Really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
Lena, what's wrong?
Different? How?
You've given up on the Phasma.
I'm in doubt, sweetie. That's all. Everyone is now and then.
You're in doubt about what?
A strange feeling.
Ooh, she looks down, biting her lower
really
lip.
told this to anyone, but you are a police officer.
Yeah, but like a bad one.
Asks, you must answer.
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story? Or a dream?
Do we create memories where they're needed?
Now. She seems even smaller than she is. Like a sad young girl.
Seeing the Insulindian Phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not.
But Morrill told me you'd seen it. You also told me.
So proud of it. He always tells everyone.
Oh, she's doubting herself.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
You seem to really believe it happened. Doesn't that count for something?
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel
go
was
to the
so
gentle
eager
one.
to believe my story was evidence of the Phasmid's existence.
She feels regret because she
that
dragged
I'm
him out
some
here.
queen of the cryptozoologists. That. And for years, his belief made me believe too.
Whoa.
Now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I
She
was
shakes her
just
head,
wrong?
still unable to meet your
I
eyes.
think I was.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. He's hiding. These things are tough on him. Matters of love, not violence or deceit.
Ooh. Even odds. Let's try. Your marriage hasn't been a lie.
An acorn is
Oh,
not
thank
the
God.
same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care.
Wrong or not, your relationship with Morella isn't just about the Phasmid.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the Phasmid, hunting it together. Without it, what are we? Just another pathetic old couple. If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university.
Normally when I think about stuff like women and marriage, I feel bad, but when I think about you and Morel, I feel okay. That counts for something, no? No, Morel hated
If
lecturing.
the dream comes to naught, what good is it? No, the thing is,
She looks at her
I
legs.
was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived. On our first date.
Oof,
If I were
heavy.
the queen of the cryptozoologists, if I didn't tell him that story,
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
He'd still be into you. That's not how these things work.
maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? I've wasted enough of your time with this drama. I really must stop talking about it lest I start crying and waste more of your time. What you have to know is the Insulindian Phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts.
No, no, Lena, no. Lena, keep hope, Lena. You have to.
Are there?
Something beautiful is going to happen. Thing is, you're not sure you made it up either.
I'm not sure of anything. Sometimes I still see it.
She
you know,
looks out the window.
the real memory. Not the memory of the memory, but it's so hard to tell the two apart.
Rising, unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day, like a benevolent god.
Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary.
I'll check the traps
Really?
one more time.
Oh, sweetie.
No one can stop you from finding the Phasmid.
There we go. Can I have your address, just in case
Okay,
there's news?
It's 1113 Tabernacle Road, Jamrock, but
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
You sure you don't need help
thank
getting
you,
to
but
Garrett's?
I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered. And then a taxi home. It's not so bad.
The rest of it is pretty grim. Thanks for bringing some light. It's been a pleasure, ma'am.
Likewise, sweetie. Thank you for everything. Truly. Even though it turned out to be a
waste of time. A dream. A fool's hope. Say her lips moving in silence. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine putters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, it's snowing.
We should go too.
Oh. Done. You volunteered to read. They didn't give completed. No. I refuse. I refuse to give up. I'm gonna find that Bigfoot. Okay, what all do we gotta do today? We gotta run the number on the victim's armor. Talk to Clausia later in the evening. Deal with the raiders. Or the ravers. Help Suna. Okay. Let's try. We leveled up. Maybe we can physical instrument our way through this.
This orange machine, you slip your fingers under.
Didn't so.
Equip the multi-tool by going...
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand.
I have to unleash or unlock the white check some other way. Otherwise we can't help Suna with our project. Crap. We gotta go back here. Let's zoom out.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
Something beautiful is going to happen.
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Very poetic. Real poetry.
It doesn't sound sincere.
Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a really bad one we are supposed to solve.
I think that Kim has lost faith in me, but... we need into... Yeah, back here. So on the one hand, bummer. On the other hand, I mean, have some faith, Kim. Just a little bit. For me. We were trying to get out to this other balcony.
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup alongio. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
Don't knock. Just leave. You don't need this. You don't need to sad it up.
Hold on, Kim. We should discuss on this before we move on. What should we expect?
Right. Let's talk this through.
He looks at the apartment door and lowers his voice a bit.
You hear some light footsteps and what appears to be a daily weather forecast playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Do you have any advice?
Dad, just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
All right. I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
A voice calls from the other side
And
of the door.
someone turns down the radio.
Is this Billy Magene's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
Police? A moment, please give us a moment.
You're shuffling inside.
Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open.
Let's check our clothes first. We want high empathy. Why can't I get over there? Okay, let's see. Shirt. We want to keep our empathy up. I don't think she's going to attack us, so... Let's see. Half-light, authority. I think we go with our... Or it's just our regular shirt. Yeah. And then our pants. We want to keep as much savoir-faire as we can. We don't want to go to perception. We've got the empathy shoes on, so I think we're as good as we're going to get. Put on our gloves, and what's the story with the glasses? +1 empathy. Cool. All right. An empty pack of red Astra cigarettes hidden under the bed. The same brand of cigarettes you found in the trash next to the deceased. A chalk-drawn height chart for children's growth over the years.
It's you from the book stand.
She looks at you for a moment without knowing what to do. This is the woman I hugged.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink?
She looks around the
Tea,
kitchen.
lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here.
I got this.
He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm all right.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face.
You don't want your body language to tell her the news.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble. So, how can I help you?
How about some small talk before you break the news?
So, how have you been?
How have I been? You're not here to discuss me. What is this about, officer?
You live here with Victor, your
It's
husband,
me,
right?
Victor. And the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie.
How old are your
Jolie
daughters?
is 16 and Jenny is turning 18 next month.
And where is everybody? I don't
The
see anyone
girls are
home.
staying at their friend's place tonight. And Victor is out.
She swallows visibly.
Out where?
He has a problem with drinking. And so he disappears every now and then.
Oof. Heavy as this is, Hold on one moment. My dog is barking. I'm gonna let him out, so I'll be right back. And then we'll do the hardest part of police work. One moment. Okay, let's give this a try.
He's probably in the parks drinking with his friends. I sent him to the library a few days ago, but I guess something came up.
What was he supposed to do in the library?
Just to return a book of mine. Why? Why all those questions, Detective? Did he...
Do something? Break something? It's a fool's hope.
Was it the curving or the glinting curve by M.
Yes.
Thibault? There's something else I have to tell you. Or do you
His
remember
old
what he was
leather
wearing?
jacket.
Can you describe it?
It's just your average brown leather jacket, but he bought it as a teenager, so...
It reminded him of his teenage years.
What about the inner lining?
Yes. The lining is hand-sewn. It's blue. I tried to make the thing more weatherproof since he's running around with it in the middle of winter.
To your knowledge, did he make it to the library?
I guess I'll find out when he decides to come back home.
She looks at the front door.
It shouldn't be long from now. He's never gone for more than a few days.
There's something else I have to tell you.
She folds her hands across her chest.
Okay, good. Too much small talk. Whoops. Let's go.
You've done this before.
Oh.
Just keep your focus.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Mejean, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
Your husband, Victor Mejean, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh.
She touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater.
Oh.
She says again.
He was just...
She looks at the kitchen table, where 2 cigarette butts are still in the tray.
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
It was an accident. He fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head. Her neck and cheeks are covered with red blotches. Her double chin is shaking.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role, yes.
I see. And you
She
just
withdraws, trying to picture the
found
scene.
him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief. A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the tears. She looks disoriented.
Is there anyone
Sorry,
who could
Kim.
call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
The air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
No, take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
She nods, but with a wretched expression.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's
Is
contact
there
information.
anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
She rubs her face, runs her fingers over cheeks that have
Thank you.
become numb.
Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
She runs out of breath. Again, I'm very sorry,
We should
ma'am.
step outside and talk.
Set the library guard by her. Leave the room. Yep. Someone at the door. Ironically. Woo! We'll be right back. Hang tight, everybody. Nothing like salesmen to ruin the dramatic tension.
You did well.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Kim. Lieutenant says as soon as you left the apartment. The balcony feels cool and quiet with a stunning view over the district.
I'll call
What
the
now?
station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased.
And what about Billy and her
They'll
kids?
manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
So that's
it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
Right. This is close then.
Let's go.
Oof, duh. We do have to check in with Kim's car. We got a radio in and ask up on the boots and the serial number. Hup. Okay. Radio time.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Did you find out more about the owner of the armored boots?
I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
Shoot.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S K-O-R-T-E-N-A-I-R. Exact date of birth unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February 09.
Neonatal care unit?
He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2.
So raised by the system.
Lele said his real name wasn't really his. Perhaps that's because he was fostered.
This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the East Brand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
So he was found in a leaf compactor?
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
So abandoned from the get-go.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
Any information on his foster parents?
None, officer. Sorry.
So we have to connect him to Crenel as the armor.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory.
I agree.
Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
Well, we have his name and service record now.
This is very good. Ellis Kortenaer.
This means something to him. To know that name. Like naming a case. It's important.
Ooh, tons of XP
Sometimes
for it, too.
Police work is about human dignity. About giving back names to anonymous victims.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions? Just a second, officer.
Connect me to Sylvia again.
Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer. Yes, hello?
Hi, Sylvia. It's the police again.
What else do you need, detective?
Was it you who called the police?
Not me.
Do you know who made that call?
I don't. People don't have the money.
So
Okay, we know that.
Seems like Glacia wasn't lying when she said it was her. This corroborates her story. She made the call.
She is of the fairest of them all. The ugliness of lies would never escape her lips.
Yeah.
Drama. No thanks. I have everything I need.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Let me see if I can apologize.
Right. Please hold.
10-4, come in. Fireworker, over.
I'm happy to report that I found my badge, Jules.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
Might sound odd, but there's personal
10-4,
details
sir.
I'd like to discuss.
Sorry, but I'm under orders to give a negative to request for personal information. Over. 10-4.
Understood.
Anything else?
Okay,
Roger that.
thank
10-10,
you.
over and out.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes, but what is art? No, art is for arrogant blowhards. Why am I getting this? No,
Excellent
art
question.
is very
Art
important.
is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and
Agreed.
technical skill.
Agreed.
Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment.
Agreed.
In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Would I fit into the art world?
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
Don't I have to be 100% cop to get the cape finish all that?
What are you going for here?
All right, yeah, let's go.
It's not only
actual art degree.
Catch the criminals off the street. You must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
Let's go.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Art is everywhere. Let's hit him with our best verse.
Wait.
Oh!
There's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
A mirror's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray.
Whoa. What else?
He leans in, his eyes bright with attention. It is a chalice held out to you in silent communion.
That's good.
Where, gaspingly, you partake of a shifting identity, never your own.
Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
He grunts, unable to suppress his reaction.
Did you?
I think that may be an actual poet, and I've learned it by heart. I don't really know.
No matter. Great verse is like that sometimes. Ephemeral. You might not look it. Seems you have some literary chops.
Aw, thanks, man.
Maybe there's hope for me yet.
That is a stirring bit of
Just
text.
messing with you. It's cool. You're an okay guy. For a cop.
For a
They're
cop?
more often into fists than rhymes, see. Let alone honesty in verse.
In a small office behind the old military hospital, hunched under the green glow of his desk light, Officer Hans Blau browses through a test print of his Futurist magazine. It's called The Futurist. The typeface on the header is too small.
I'm doing what I can to do right by people. No joke, man. Fuck the police. Yeah, that's true. Any organization gets all kind of folks. I'm sure we try our best. I'm doing what little I can to do right by people.
Well, you've given me some hope, I guess.
It gives you a thumbs up. That's it, man. That's all I wanted. Art cop! We want to keep those. Do we want to forget the long, lonesome way home? I mean, it does keep our stuff. Maybe... Ooh. We still gotta do 2 hours before our alcoholism thought resolves. Though I do 100% agree. Art is everywhere. And not only is it everywhere, it's vital.
There it is again. That spectral smell haunting this industrial harbor.
A communist.
It smells like heavy fuel oil, mostly, because it's an industrial harbor. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital. Can you smell it now? You inhale. The cilia along your olfactory epithelium tingle with excitement as they sift through the swirling morass of industrial odors. First come the smells of the agitated strikebreakers.
Ooh, hit me with it.
Layers of body oil and sweat. Over-buttered meals pulled from bake-like lunch pails, the biting stench of lye soap. And then, there's the slowly oxidizing metal gates, the scent of stale grease emanating from every crack.
Still smelling for communists, detective?
Yes.
Well, I'll be over here when you're finished.
His impatience is feigned. He's curious to see how this personal errand shakes out. What the lieutenant thinks
I've got him
is
hooked.
irrelevant. Your politico-olfactory cortex is lighting up like a holiday display. Look.
I knew Mañana was a comrade.
To that railing over there.
From
yes,
Mañana.
Now's your chance to establish contact.
Let's go. Hopefully we didn't just miss the meeting.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Listen, brother, there's something important I
that,
need to
boy?
talk to you about.
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
Involves our mutual friend, Crass. Put your hands next to your head and curl your fingers like deer antlers.
Don't think I've ever met a Kras personally. Then again, I've never been to Grad.
I'm looking for someone who really knows how to grind a sausage, if you know what I mean. One with revolutionary implications.
Could be coming from one of the jam lorries. Cargo's been sitting out for a while.
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
What I'm trying to say is I'm looking for communists. Do you know any?
Ah, now I see. Can't say I'm surprised. You seem to take your communism seriously. Not a bad thing, mind you. It's
thanks,
good for a
dude.
man to take time to think about the whole socio-political world picture.
Oh, he certainly likes to take his time with things, especially when politics are at issue.
Come on, Kim. I don't remember who I am. This is
Now
important.
you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why?
I'm on a sort of quest to develop my political potential, and I need their help.
A fellow plains roamer in search of greater understanding. A classic story. I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
Are you sure? You smell just like a communist. I know you said you're not really a communist, but aren't you
Maybe,
actually a communist?
Maybe not. Either way, I'm not institutional. A man's got to blaze his own trail, in my book.
Okay, so maybe he's not exactly a communist.
Communist-esque,
There's
a socialist.
definitely some communistic residue about him.
Ah, but you know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he's your guy.
You say his name was
Didn't
Steban
say
by
anything
chance?
about his name. Wasn't this sort of encounter where names matter?
How'd you
It
meet
was
him?
late one night as I was leaving the arbor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket, classic Saramirizian style. He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
See?
Extra
all this
physical.
Political chit-chat is just an excuse to rip tar with strangers. Let's say we just skip right to the good part then.
Yeah, real quick, what do you mean the extra
idea.
physical branches?
I took it to mean he was asking me to join some sort of underground cell. A very old school organizing technique. The sort of thing comunistas used to do before the revolution.
What'd you tell him?
The same thing I always tell people who try to press some claim on me. I said, every boyadero rides alone.
So how'd I find
couldn't
this
tell
guy?
you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais." And then he was gone.
You were Dobrava and
I don't know.
Abadanais.
Guess not everyone remembers.
Oh. What do you think it
Been
means?
wondering about that myself. Some comunista inside talk could be. Not meant for the wider public.
A
They like that.
passphrase.
You'd have to ask someone who knows this ideologo personally.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but it might have something to do with that passphrase Cindy mentioned earlier.
I was totally about to say that. You're right. Good thinking, Kim.
The lieutenant nods.
Just in time. The faithful partner arrives with the key that turns the lock. You two make a good pair. I salute you, boyas, and wish you good fortune on this grand ideological quest.
The man whispers a jaunty tune.
Good talking to you, Mañana. Hello. Ooh, got Hypnogamma. Ooh. There is something we gotta do over here real quick. We gotta kill a little bit more time before our thing's done anyway, so. Right, up we go. And then over here. Down here. Nope, is that not the way? Is it this way? Okay. Yep, up, and here.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. And, as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with...
We're so close to leveling up. Like, if we do something that just gives us 5 XP. Leo, you got something for me, man?
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting, just like we talked about before. I know you're probably a busy man being an important police officer and all.
Okay, I'm off. Thanks, man.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
A member of the board.
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today?
Turns out the strikers were being served an alcoholic brew. I stopped this madness.
I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out there keeping things running lets me focus on the big picture stuff. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew? Stronger? Stopped it? Strike? I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry.
Alright. We got 5 XP from it. We're 2 XP away from leveling up. And next time we try the thing, I'll make sure I'm wearing all the right clothes for rhetoric. Down here, yeah. Plus, I know I'll get some XP once I get this thought out. Right. After 2200. Okay. Whoop. There goes Cooper. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, let's go. Well, the spirits wait for the signal, hand-eye coordination, doing an advanced analysis. I want to talk to Cordy down here.
Went native on the chief, huh? Those ballerina antics were reckless. Should have just punched him in the throat again. Let's talk about our right to work.
What about it?
You here
Your
to fuck
right
with
to
us?
work?
Beat the honest worker down.
No.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side.
Regardless, I have
Maybe
some
you should
questions
ask
for you.
them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing. I think he might be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
He grunts, barely glancing at it.
This feels like a really, really bad idea.
We're investigating a murder. These tattoos were on the victim's body. I don't want to give him the photo. So, cancel
Actually,
task.
I think we should maybe even get going now.
He clearly does not think poking the hornet's nest is a wise plan anymore.
Yeah, yep. I'm just gonna leave. Oh, that didn't go as well as we wanted. That's okay, we'll figure it out. We did some poetry. How much longer do we have on that thought? Wasteland of Reality for an hour and 34 minutes. We can't go until we get Suna's thing. We gotta go down and get 2 signatures. Let's get signatures not from the actual people that he needs the signatures from, because that'll sign away the rights to their house. Let's just get a couple of the beachside drunks to do it. He just said signatures. That's kind of like a fey bargain way of doing it, I think. It's a long walk past all my past sins. Ooh. Hello, children. Hey, Doom Spiral.
Tequila Sunset.
Let's see, maybe Rosemary?
The legend! He's back. And firstly...
Quite the business you've set up here. Let's see. Nope.
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Of course.
He has long forgotten what you were talking about.
Nope. Okay. Maybe Abigail? Hey, Abigail, you want to sign something for me?
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
The man hiccups, then mumbles something.
Don't you fucking call her. Hear me? Abigail? Don't call Abigail.
Don't call Abigail. Let me check my tasks. Let's see. Get 2 signatures. Get Isabel and Lillian in the nameless fishing village down the cars. Once the signatures are secured. And who were you again?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with? Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says.
Everett wants to turn part of the village into a little youth center.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
Oh, goodbye, I'm off. Hey, Lillian.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with you and those waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen?
She tilts her head and looks at the
We need to be
sea.
out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the
Oh.
way.
That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
I got drunk and apparently drove it into the sea.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
Are you suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
What an odd thought. Maybe I should.
Quite odd. Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human
She's
spark, and
sentimental.
they
I like her.
Share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gotwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Alright, I'm in. But organizing a funeral takes a lot of
Oh,
time and
yeah.
effort, doesn't it?
You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake?
Nothing but
Take
disco.
it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities, like rejuvenate the doomed commercial
Yes,
area,
that
or
is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
Sorry, Ken.
Pre-funeral idea.
I was asked to get
Are
your
you?
signature.
This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise.
You spear bite.
What exactly is the Union building?
Thank you. Everard's planning to turn some of the village into a
What
youth
a
center.
nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
Thought what
Everard and
exactly?
the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too.
And those members have a vote when electing the head of the local chapter.
On second thought, don't sign the papers.
Aye, if you say so. Probably better that way. I mean, who likes construction noise?
Very low. I do not think I will succeed on hitting on this woman. Hey guys.
Tequila Sunset. We are...
Hey, to the world.
So
Okay,
now
okay.
It's a pirate's life for me.
I could have sworn that I could get these.
Damn cool, Abigail.
There's no use in yelling at
the drunk man.
Yeah, it's fair. Ooh, I did level up though.
Cool.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
You guys want to sign these papers? Sign the papers.
The legend! Sure.
Yeah, Rosie was there too, for your ocean-based antics. We all...
Okay. Do we maybe just lie to Everard? I can't think of who else would be able to sign this stuff. Maybe if we could find those two dudes who wanted to be skulls again. The guys whose jackets we janked. Either way, rhetoric. Why are you beeping at me? Wash basin. Map wall. Bar door. Let's go back and talk to Renee. How am I doing on my thought? Almost done. 1 hour and 21 minutes.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man?
The jolliness is gone from Gaston's face.
Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where's
the
Renee?
prick is gone.
I
can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Gone? Gone where?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent.
How did he die,
His hungry
exactly?
little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
Did he feel like he has to prove he can still pull his weight? Doesn't need handouts?
Yes, he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Coquette uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
Do you think our conversation about his job pushed him to go out there?
René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable.
He has doubts, but right now, he just wants to move on and not think about it.
However, was he really that bad?
Repeat, an absolute Kent. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Did you love him?
We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that...
He falls silent and looks at you, eyes filling up with tears.
Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
Tell me.
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me.
The old man gathers himself and wipes his eyes again.
And he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that.
Something to remember your friends by.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny...
Eyes blurry with tears, he has to stop.
I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo.
For my sincere condolences.
We are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
It's too bad Renee's gone. I was hoping to ask him about Maybells.
Rene wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Wait, Insulindian lilies?
That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other stuff he loved so much.
Why didn't he like
There
them?
were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. They called them the Bells of Revolution.
A sad smile
I
passes
guess
his
in the
face.
end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter anymore.
But you feel the dried flower in your hand somehow still does matter, although not to this sad old man.
Yes? What about René?
No,
Yes.
no, just that.
It is what I just don't know anymore.
I'm sorry. Oh, poor Gaston. And this game is so heavy. Like, Renee did suck. Still, there's like a sorrow that he's not there. Right? His absence has weight. Let's see. My addition to the Martinez art scene.
Hello again, officers. Have you
Nope, Cindy doesn't have anything new, and I gotta wait until after 2200 to do that part. Get 2 signatures. Gotta talk to Clausia, but Clausia's not ready until the afternoon. All of our stuff is in the evening. I'm not sure if this is the game where I can soft lock myself out of things, but it might be. Let's see. I can fast travel back there. Let me just... Let me read a book real quick.
Medicinal purposes of the pearl.
I was trying to concoct one of these
First,
hangover
choose a base ingredient. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
I'm a whiskey.
Is there anything else you'd like to add? You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though, in your experience, it's only done the opposite. If only you could find one of these right now and drink the shit out of it. The book said it's good for you, so it would be okay. Would you like to try again? You close the book and find yourself staring at the
How much more time? 38 minutes. And the old man's on our waiting bench.
We can sit.
You can revisit the bench.
After Lieutenant Kitsurogi's gone. Okay, so let's see. can't get up to Clausia's apartment to do a better look at the window. So I guess we go to the church? Yeah. Can we fast travel there? Not from here. Maybe by the fisherman shacks. Alright. Maybe here. Yes. Travel to the church. Egghead.
The large-headed youth has closed his eyes, lost in the music. Sensing you, he opens them.
Good morning, comrade. Yeah!
I found this reel of tape. Maybe you can use it to hard up Ake's jam. Give him the fixed hawthorn tree tip.
Yeah! Remix time!
His voice burms through the church as he takes the tape and attaches it to the empty reel slot. He clicks a switch and the tape starts spinning.
He listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great
His face lights up with delight.
Surface within him. This is big.
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
Ready. Yeah! Hardcore!
Wow! Here's that! The signs match perfectly!
He wipes his brow.
Beat for the full assault. It would be unbelievably hyper.
Intriguing. The way I see it, Van Eyck based his remix on some famous original piece. Like a folk song. Something local. Seems you found an initial part with the main melody.
I think it's just happenstance.
Ooh, the silence is
Chaos
jarring.
in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
He nods to his friend behind the turntables.
Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well. Something mysterious is going on here.
Maybe Arno Van Eyck lives around here and just threw a part of his song away because he thought it was shit?
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits. Bring up the volume.
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that?
Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
Honestly, nothing springs to my mind right now, but I'll see if I can come up with a solution down the lane.
The warrior of dance music.
That's me, the warrior
Don't be
of
too
dance
hard on
music.
yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
But it could be hyper hardcore.
Alright, goodbye again. "30 minutes left on Wasteland of Reality." Alright. Oh, now that I've gotten the signs... Hang on. Let me go back in there. Noid, we good?
I see you're here again. Off sign, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help?
Okay, maybe I'll come back later. But I can't get into the church without unlocking the physical instrument check to get into the ice cream machine, and I can't get into the ice cream machine while I'm still contending with the thought about my alcoholism, and I can't contend with the thought about my alcoholism for another 30 minutes, so I gotta find something to do for 30 minutes. Suna, I'm trying.
Yes, what is it?
It's about
Yes?
that off-site copy. I found the ice cream maker. I did.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet.
I already have the thing. All right, I'll look for it.
The
About
swallow,
that
you
2-meter
mean?
hole again.
What about
Nope.
freight? Thanks.
We got that. All that in a whopping minute has passed. Here in the place, the 2-millimeter hole up above us. Can't wait for something while Kim's here. Relax, it's not yours. You didn't crash every MC in Revachol, hopefully. I'm not the first person to drive my car into the sea. Alright. Need to pass some time, so let's read a book again.
The greatest browsing through
Crack
the book
open
a
the
day,
immense tome.
Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? It seems
Yeah,
rather
let's do it.
oh yeah. This is what I was made for.
Alright, who is the first innocence? The
Nothing
Paranarcassian.
much is known about him. It's not even clear that he as the
Right.
first question
Right.
easy.
Right. The strongest
Everybody-
innocence.
correct.
Franco Negro.
Name Franco Negro attempted
Wasteland
to solve
coming.
Question 3. Got
Boom.
it under control.
The false innocence.
Correct.
Erno
The
Pasternak.
most final
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Correct.
The most important
Everything
innocence, the
from
first
congrats
innocence.
and
Boom.
You
An
really
A.
navigated some treacherous
Yeah.
waters here. Well done.
Still
The
got a
lieutenant
book.
is doing. Yeah, sure. It's so much easier once you know the answers, right?
It is. Now I got a thought to deal with.
Wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years, though.
We
It'll
sobered
be
up, though.
depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
Return of the self, so +1 psyche, no positive effects from alcohol, but a permanent -1? Okay, well. Now we have to do some stuff to... Crap. Crap! I can't. It takes a skill point to forget. Oh, being sober was a mistake. What a bummer. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Car container door, Joyce Monsieur. We don't want to convince Gaston to give up his sandwich. He can keep his sandwich. The abandoned lorry. The ice cream maker is locked. Renee is very locked. He's long gone. Sleeping dock workers are gone. The bar door, the map wall, the water door. Lillian, I could ask her out. The wash basin would be shaving. After you've had himself up at the nightclub, gotta do that to get into the church, gotta do that. Hold on the spirits, perform advanced analysis, gotta do that. A sad song on tape. What do I got?
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
Press your ear
It
against
sounds
the
like
speaker.
someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one. The real
Ooh,
shit you've
let's
been looking
go.
for. The one you trust your room to that Claudia told you about. Perform it. A click. Then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
Can I sing this for karaoke? I think I can
Of
sing
course
this.
you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times. Yep,
Fair
they're
enough.
all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
What's
Garth,
that, Inland Empire?
You have to convince Garth to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. The lieutenant watches you pack up.
Kim, I know that I put you through a lot, but I'm begging you, dude. You just have to trust me on this. I know that I'm the worst partner, but please, trust me just a little while longer.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Gart, I need to sing karaoke
No, you
now.
don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man. You need to approach this situation logically. Ask him why he has the PA system installed if
Thank you,
can't
Rhetoric.
use it.
Why do you even have the PA system if no one's going to use it?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44. A lot
What
of
happened in
people got
44?
killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
It's not a prop, it's for
Okay,
your clients.
yes,
I
it's
know
for
it's
some
used. I'm a real client. I paid my bills and I have the right to use the karaoke machine. Or just, okay, fuck me then. Just fuck me. I'm a real client.
Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
It's alright. I have my own song with me.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard. This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows he's out of excuses.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
Alright. Clothes maketh the man. What do we got? Gloves. There's esprit de corps, electrochemistry, conceptualization. Savoir Faire? Is that what we wear? I think we put on our fawn pants. -1 composure, +2 interfacing, +1 drama, no fucks given. And -2 authority, but that's okay. I don't think we need drama yet. +1 drama, party dragon, silk robe indeed. Alright, I think that's as good as we can get with our bonuses. We could wear our insane mesh tank. That'll give us some extra drama.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
It's
Look around the room
early
first.
here. Faint daylight is seeping into the dining hall. All the tables have been wiped pristine clean for the customers to come. Someone's making coffee in the kitchen. But aside from that, yes, you could always do it in the evening. It will be less scary with a lot of people.
Okay, we do this in the evening as well. Good lord, everything is time gated. 1/3 of the way to a level up. Let's put back on our regular dress shirt and our Shivers cloak. We want to have more savoir faire when we sing, but we're not really worried about that at the moment. Physical instrument is good. I really wish they had given us some way to, like, sort all of these. Oversized superstar sunglasses. No, we like Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia gets us XP and money. -1 savoir faire, -1 savoir faire, so we keep those off. Alright. Our drama is pretty low, but our savoir faire is decent. See if we can talk to Claudia, I guess. She's not usually up at this point, so... Oh, good, we can. Good morning, Claudia.
It's always good to see you.
She cracks a weary smile, leaning back against the
Her
railing.
demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
Hardy Boys told us what really
I
happened.
understand.
She puts her coffee mug on
Just
the table.
like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
You don't look surprised. You were expecting this.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions.
Okay.
No, it's not good.
I can't
It's the
trust
opposite of
rhetoric.
that. This will let her dictate the terms of your shush. I can't hear what she's saying. Let the miss speak. She's tall and thin and tired. A twig trying so hard.
Nope. Because talking to her, I can't trust my own mind.
Find out eventually. Why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
She looks
Is
at
she
her feet.
implying the Hardy Boys are the law?
Yeah, that's not a good enough reason.
There's more. You answer
More?
to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
She reaches to pour a new
Briefly
cigarette.
glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again.
Is that why you're looking over your shoulder?
You
Afraid
share
of the
a
moral
database
intern?
with them. You send people to their courts.
She lights the cigarette. So what's going
Just
on? What did you
business.
do?
But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill. Well, then I'm
An
fucked.
ethical dilemma.
For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
What did you do to have these people
It's not
after
nice,
you?
but it's not illegal. Not here in Ravishol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a
Ooh,
bigger
she's an
company.
accountant.
The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
Oof.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lewis County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewis Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI.
Breathes out
Once
heavily.
you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Lowe's Cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
Serves them right. When I am king, the savings bank will be first against the wall. Ah, Papa Lolo.
Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me.
Oh. That is indeed a lot of shit.
It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. Ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting,
Oof.
a lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with.
I agree.
You're solving a murder.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
Thank you. She looks down, then into
She
your
says
eyes.
it quickly, like she said it 100 times to herself to get used to the idea. Out of guilt.
That's not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
By not remembering a single goddamn thing.
That would do the trick, yes.
What happened here
We
the
were
night he
there.
died?
Together. In bed, I mean.
Tell me
Okay.
exactly what happened.
He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him.
She breathes out. A moment's silence.
His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could...
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
Then
he was
what happened?
Heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at her
I waited
sides.
for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Your cigarette, miss? That's a motherfucker.
Yeah. It was a real motherfucker.
She immediately lights another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Okay.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off. Much more than usual.
Titus said you looked pretty high.
I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear.
Did you?
No electrochemistry. We're doing this. We're doing this sober. We got this. We can't let Kim down anymore.
Nothing. I was trapped.
Oops.
I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little.
A hell of a shot.
He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection. As far as you can.
Why didn't you run away from here? As a matter of fact,
I
why are
already
you
ran.
here now?
I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
When it happened, did you
When
hear
he
a
was
gunshot?
shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good
Ruby?
time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Before we continue, who is Ruby?
You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
She says, I thought Hardy was the leader of this Hardy Boys.
Well,
Ooh.
nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the others.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Okay, let's
Well,
go on. What then?
Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. That I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know. Take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower. To keep him upright.
To mislead you.
To produce lividity. Matching a hanging?
You're tampering with the body.
Yes.
Accidentally hit the button.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
Oops.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
She looks at the ground, then raises her light brown eyes to meet yours.
Ruby went
What'd you
outside
do?
to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus.
So about 12:50ish.
I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do.
Well, shortly after
Make
midnight.
it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What they do while you were hanging him.
Here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
So this Ruby, where is Ruby now?
I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later. What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything.
My volition and my logic are arguing.
It was loud downstairs. She couldn't have heard the shot.
It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Clausia.
Why did you call the cops if you're hiding? The answer comes
Which
fast.
is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
I don't think so. Why did you do it?
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible. Oh God. That was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course.
I'm so confused. When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of...
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the... Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods
I think we're done
silently.
here.
He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up forcefully if you want to continue pushing her.
In God's name, wake up!
Who? What? Dear Lord, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not the most fair and just at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
But even though we've got that,
Don't
like...
overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first. Yes. Start at the top. Choose at the bottom. It's how we've always done it. No rush. See?
His real name isn't Clausia
You wouldn't
Mondo.
give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
Good.
You log your work
Tell me
every
the
week.
truth.
It's all transmitted to common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
Was the passport bullshit too? The passport
No.
you keep hidden?
It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Claudia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name.
And that's not her name either.
To hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
West of the
Where is this
boardwalk,
buoy?
in the reeds. On the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless.
West of the boardwalk and the reeds. You have to check this buoy out.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here. Past a broken sewage pipe. Right near the waterline.
Tell me your
It's
real name.
Katarzyna Lazie.
The smile on her face is timid, almost
It's
painfully
a Grad
so.
name. Jimsk or Yugo-Grad in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music infused alcoholism.
Hold on. Katarzyna Alizier is not an Oranese name, is it? It's not even
My
Muti, it's
parents were
Grad.
Zemsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje. Alasie is my father's name.
I'll keep calling you Klasia.
That's cool.
She looks up at the ashtray
She doesn't
up at
feel
you.
like a Klasia. She feels like nothing.
I am.
Are you Miss
They can
Oranje
never take
37?
my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can, for lying. She
Enough.
nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
You know, I think you didn't make that call to
I
the
did.
station.
What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergency's desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around.
Oh, drama's overcompensating.
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
She stands
Okay,
before you,
believe this one.
holding her back very straight.
Kim, why have we
There
not
may be grounds
arrested
here,
her yet?
At least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
What if I told you
Klasia.
you're under arrest, Klasia? She repeats with a pained smile on her face, her back pressed
It was
against the
my
railing.
first real boyfriend who gave me that name. He never recovered from the shit we went through. Because of me.
Who
He
was
was
it?
a writer. He made Oranese lit. And I destroyed him.
She looks you in the eye, her
I know
mouth
shit.
quivering.
I know. But I haven't done anything. At least nothing illegal.
Failure to aid a police investigation. She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case.
But do we still show mercy?
Fucking mind games. Enough. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
Mmm. Mmm.
The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
Your eyes become round.
But there's
with fear.
nowhere to go. A two-story drop to the Plaza Mosaic.
She's got nowhere to
I think I
go. We
know
don't
who
want
did
to.
it. Who shot Lely? I can tell you. I can help you.
What do you know?
She's silent
Who
for
shot
a
him?
second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Ruby.
Why
She
do you
has
think it
this
was her?
Thing for me, ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
What she's saying is... sex?
And
Sex?
I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't.
Oh.
It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but...
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship...
Lieutenant
made you think
stands
she was
incredulous. He
romantically
still has cuffs in his
interested in
hands.
you?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
Lieutenant narrows
A
his
little.
eyes.
I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
Sounds
This
like she
is
was
just an
fixated on
assumption.
you.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She
So we have a
cleaned it all
suspect
up.
now.
She had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching? Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
When Ruby said there would be shit happening if you didn't end your relationship with the deceased, was she threatening you?
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it.
Woof.
And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line.
What do you think,
I
Rob?
tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
She looks through the window of her room.
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
How could she
You
have
said
killed
there was
him?
a secret route there, right?
She points to the door that leads to the pinball
She could
workshop.
have come up through there, then taken this shot. Right here, where I stand. It was too dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes. She's been up here many times. She used to come to drink on the roof when,
The young woman falls silent. Her mouth moves without a sound. You're thinking about the people, right? The perforation in the
seen
pinball
us.
workshop wall.
My bed is right next to...
She's forgotten her cigarette. That's how you know it's real.
She made it?
No. No. Why would she do that to herself? No, I just remembered you told me about it, and...
She's not really sure. It was right above the bed. She could have seen all sorts of things from there. Don't let your imagination run wild here, sire. Keep it on track.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it for Ruby.
And what? Arrest the liar now. Why? She told us some pretty interesting things there. Don't arrest her.
I don't think she killed him.
Push her a bit more, but then let her off. That Ruby theory was solid. And she's beautiful. She's stuck here. She's already in prison. Look around. She's only trying to help you. Her. Stop letting her distract you.
That's all good, but I still think we should take you in. Just in case. Or do we back off completely?
Still? After all this, sir, please. It's a shitty world, and I know I'm shitty too. I know.
Her hand turns into a fist, slowly crushing the
I
cigarette
don't
she's
deserve
still
to be
holding.
sent to the moral intern and ground into paste just because I disturbed the sanctity of accounting.
I agree.
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
What do you deserve?
To spend my days with smoke, drink, and dance, wallowing in shit. Just like everyone else.
She looks at you.
I've made
in
my
silence,
choice.
Her face filled with fear, lips parted. Wait. If you arrest her, Kim will have to transport her. You'd be without your partner for the rest of the day. Shut up. He's making a decision, and it's his to make.
I'll let you off the hook for now. Don't make me regret it.
I won't, sir.
Let's change
She
the subject.
slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Let's go back to those lies that you told. She repeats, then trails off. It's unclear what she intended to say.
We demand she be punished for deceiving us. She
Nope.
slowly
We're done.
lights another cigarette.
How old am I?
Date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
Ooh, -1 difficulty to all physique passives. Wasteland of reality? Forget it. -1 logic for Guillaume Lemon. -1 authority for nope, actual art degree. -1 perception. Can't even look at this shit. Yeah, it's another copper type, the worst one, the most savage and brutal, the art cop. Nothing is good enough for him. Everything is shit. You have to employ an armada of adjectives to depict and demean the mediocrity of the work and visual institutions around you. Really flex that critical muscle until the vocabulary for punishing mediocrity becomes second nature. Here we go. +1 interfacing for Arno van Eyck. Let's do art degree.
As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all. If it weren't
right.
for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate.
Looks like love
She's
should have been
silent,
after all.
holding on to her coffee mug. No vapor rises from it. It's cold. It appears this one has not been entirely corrupted. This may help. This may help the others see.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me. Or that it was chemically induced and not real.
Why?
Easier that way.
Was it? Real?
I don't know.
She looks down at her yard and then back into her coffee. Woo! We can't raise our physical instrument any higher, so hopefully...
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light
Right.
from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Visual calculus. what do we got for visual calculus? The office shades. Hand-eye coordination for the pinballs maker coat. Let's go on ahead and put on our sleuth jacket.
This window is pristine on the golden light melts away into the
look at that
blue,
ballistics.
glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
What position are they in?
The man is kneeling. The woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain, ending him.
Where does it come from?
Outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole, shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. The man does not know
inspect
the
the figures.
bullet entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
Have a look at point A.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue outside?
Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
So I'm what, 80% sure the roof is where the shot was made from?
72%, with a weapon that fires jacketed ammunition, likely a rifle. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot.
No, there's no way. They'd have to have stowed the rifle somewhere.
The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies. Point
Could the
X
shot have
would
come in from the room?
contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective.
Are there any arguments
None
against
that
A
you've
prime
found
the roof?
thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Could have been further
That's
away,
28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Extrapolate the radius to include all of Martinez.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
All right, let's do it.
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, Detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Have a look at point B prime, the boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
Okay.
1.2 kilometers away.
B prime
the
2.
least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
B triple prime, the islet.
1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
Kim, do you think the shot could have come farther than the roof in Martinez?
Precisely.
Let's say B prime, the boardwalk, B double prime, Land's End, or B triple
I see
prime,
you
the
have given
islet.
this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Much less than from the
Okay,
roof, but
well,
still.
We should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nest if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
All right, we shake it out. Oh, let's see. Interact.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp.
I gotta put more into hand-eye coordination to unlock that one. I'm a fashionable man. Let's see, we can fast travel there, I think. Right. Boom, 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 map. Travel to the Fisherman Shacks. Okay. Let's try one more time to get the drunks to sign this this envelope.
The legend! He's back!
Hey, guy.
Tequila sunset. What's in
Hey, Spiral!
Shut up, guy. I was once a reasonable... So
On second thought, I've heard enough. Okay.
The tale... There are many very...
Are you telling me?
Shut the f...
You gotta smoke.
Our heroine... What she doesn't know is that her piece is about... Well,
a horse?
yes, with no head on his shoulders.
Whoa.
Whoa is right.
Tell him about...
Fuck, Rose. What?
I read the...
Right. The women...
Don't turn around.
When she's... But their... Ula...
Okay,
her
great.
body is never...
What
Word on the
happened?
street is that she... gave herself face...
That part.
See? Anyway, that's the story.
Hard to
I've seen some
That's
weird
the
shit on this
reality
case.
situation. No one knows.
He wants the...
Alright. Stupid legend. Tell me
Right.
about the cocaine
I've
skull
never
one more
heard it meant-
time. They're
No.
looking for a place to call home.
Most people already know where they live. It's guys like you and me that are the exceptions. All
Okay,
kinds.
okay.
I've seen
What
some of
exactly
them
are we
the first
talking
time I
about?
This
Too high concept?
You
Hmm?
I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. But I'm warning you, it's pretty out. There was this
He existed, all right.
What the fuck are you
Anyway.
talking about? The cocaine
But
skull?
then something turned. You've got to now.
Right, what happened to him? Cocaine, all the time. Do it all the
Apparently
time.
idea
Great.
was too high but the story
Stupid
doesn't
fucking
end
idea.
Wrong.
That's right.
We're gonna
There
find
are
that
those-
cocaine skull.
The
Skull full of cocaine skull?
skull. No,
Wow,
here's-
wow.
That's why. Or
No, my...
This is ludicrous.
Now, my only question is, where does one get a...
whoa.
Yeah, let's go.
For
No,
what
I'm still
you
gonna do
said,
it.
It's just.
I have
Undertake
to
it.
decide. It would...
Wait.
Damn, that's
Yeah,
too bad.
well, that's the reality situation for you. Good. I used. Now the only things I haven't lost are my
What about the other
fellow
drugs?
members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics. They're exactly what they look like.
Hey, tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
A gurgling sound. comes from the direction of the non-responsive man.
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, I'm all ears, Tequila.
Be seeing ya.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
What a weird way
It's going to be
to spell stories.
close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice.
Ominous.
Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite.
Ken, what do you think of this?
But it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something? It's always inconvenient to build things, and citizens inevitably have disagreements over such construction projects. But there's no other way.
Logic,
there
come
doesn't
on.
seem to be anything of interest here. No fine print. You're smart. You can read.
Tequila Sun.
I keep failing those checks. Ugh. Okay, 321. We still have time. We can go back in and confront Titus about Ruby. Right, do I have to be standing here? Let's pop on our ledger and dress for authority. Yeah, clothes we want. Conceptualization. Put on our composure pants. Keep that off because we want the authority. That's pretty good. Let's put that on, just in case. We don't want to get shot. Let's put on our good boots. +1 pain threshold's pretty good, though. Nah, not our style. Mo better.
It's you again. What is it?
Who's Ruby? Okay, I talked to Klasia. Now I need to talk to Ruby. I'm gonna level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to Lola's cures, or I've seen her in a lot. I suspect she killed the victim, that's why. The civil war is brewing, and the only way to prevent it is to solve the murder. That means talking to Ruby.
Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of shit on anyone. And now you pick Ruby. Well, not on my watch you won't. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
He throws a glance at Titus as the last syllable leaves his lips. The big guy sighs.
If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Let's go.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of
calculus,
all channeled into a single thought.
Why are you so sure Ruby
Because
didn't
she
off
was
him?
here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go out for fresh air? For one smoke?
No.
In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you.
All right.
All the
She took a
time.
fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop.
Cop.
And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
There's a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the route. Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
As arcades are wont to do.
How'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's
Ah.
an dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
And there, door leads straight to the roof.
Ruby
You can
could
just step
have gone
outside.
up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
Oh.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
Guess what? Remember that key I found here?
I don't like guessing, Cole. No one does.
You're in
There
my
goes
world
the
now,
steel
Titus.
door in the kitchen. The one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here with you. All the time.
You didn't find it, but Ruby did. That's how she got up there.
Theo, you took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old. Faded. It'd have been there for 20 years at least.
She could have just put it back once she was done.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a tricky thing because I don't think that the shot came from the roof. Right? Ruby would have had to... She would have needed more time to have stashed a rifle. But I can't do that until I get enough points to get my hand-eye coordination up.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits. And he knows it.
I also found footprints upstairs in the old... recent. A week or two.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that, Cobb.
That's fine.
Good news is, I'm still listening.
So, you do agree the shot came from the roof,
Right.
right?
You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
72% chance the bullet came from the roof.
72%. That's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
Analyzed it on the spot. Turns out I can do that.
I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. What they say doesn't sound like a science call. You're a madman.
Those numbers were an asshole, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
And they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo. He hasn't got shit.
You notice that winch on the back?
I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator she used to get up there?
That's right.
One mystery down there. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it?
Have we firmly established that Ruby... Yeah.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we established. But a route...
That's fair. That's fair.
does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that. And Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
There were weapons just like this lying around in Martinez.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
There's a cellar under the bookshop. It was
20,
hidden there,
maybe
with others
30
just like it.
rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay. I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
There's a small 28% chance
Yes,
that it came from beyond the
goddammit,
roof.
I know what a 72% chance means. It means there's a 28% chance it isn't there. And 28% is no small chance either.
Just making sure
Over 1
we're
in
on
4.
the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
I didn't say I'd prove she had the murder weapon, just that we need to
All
find
right,
her.
dog. Keep talking. I'll tell you when I've had enough.
T, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Oh,
Phase
Angus almost
3.
gets up.
Motive. The last component.
It's not a why did she kill him, it's why did she organize the cover-up? Maybe it's all part of a leadership challenge? Classic came downstairs. Ruby appeared to know that something was wrong.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Eugene wants a woman on the team so they can do their job. That must be hard. Half of Martinez is female.
Yeah, she just got her shit together. That's
Yeah.
how she knew.
Some people have their shit together. Unlike you.
My shit is volumetrically compressed, my guy.
Wishful thinking has no place in a police investigation.
The lieutenant tells Elaine, his
The
voice
more
mild
logical
but firm.
conclusion that you wish to avoid is that she knew what had happened because she did it.
Maybe it's all part of a leadership challenge against
There's
you,
no
Titus?
fucking leadership challenge here.
A
Get
flash of
your
rage.
head out of your ass. This is serious.
Okay. We ruled out infighting. That's how this works, by exclusion. Remember, all we need to do is rule Ruby out too.
Thanks, Kim.
That's all this is.
There's a bit of truth in there for Titus to react so brashly. He does not like his authority questioned.
Maybe she killed him because she thought it would curry favor with you.
You had expressed, on occasion, your dislike of the mercenaries' presence in Martinez, right?
Whack someone in my district? That doesn't carry much favor with Titus Hardy. She has to know that.
It's the kind of change
we got him.
Men, often leaders, do when they think of punishment.
It's not why did she kill him. It's why did she organize the cover-up.
You have a theory on that.
She could have just been covering up for herself, Titus.
Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Hey, thanks, Shanky.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Shanky, let's assume you killed him.
I didn't do it, fucker. It wasn't my plan.
You probably did, though.
It's just a thought experiment. Think, Shanky. You killed him. You got up there, shot him, got down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your buddies as part of a lynch mob or alone
you,
for committing
man.
murder?
I would never fuck my guys over like that.
She didn't either. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
The blonde man looks around.
I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped down.
Oh. Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. I don't need to stir. He's already mad enough about Claudia.
Silence. He looks around the room.
We need to talk to her, man.
The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want.
Well, now you're cooperative.
No. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However, hard I asked. Want to know why? She was afraid
Why?
I'd tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find it.
Ooh, level up, thank God.
Won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
All right, when did she leave?
When you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
You.
Me personally?
You. The cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
And a hole in his heart. That first.
And a hole in his heart.
Why not? You suck on that gun like someone tore you a brand new asshole.
Probably knew me from my singing
That's
days.
Real funny. She wasn't laughing, though.
He looks at you.
You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
What else
She
did Ruby
said
tell
you
you
have a
about
funny
me?
taste in clothes, and that you won't stop
won't
until
stop.
you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock.
That's me,
That you're
human
a
can
human
opener.
Can opener. That you play suspects against each other. Open them up like cans.
Art cop.
Titus, did he just open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, We can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Is that true, Kim?
You
My
are
can opener?
insistent.
Yeah.
Anything else?
There was
Anything?
something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught Pete. But she was too scared.
Scared? You should be too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic taste in your mouth. Change the subject.
Do you have any
She's
clues
not
on where
far.
Ruby went?
We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand.
I have a suspicion.
We'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a party candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Have you looked for her?
On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Where on the coast should I start
There's some
looking?
shit houses there, a cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize, so that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
Sometimes.
We'll start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a lorry man.
Do you know what she's doing with the Ulan
what
frequencies?
I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
His voice is very quiet.
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies at a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
It
That
feels
just puts
like
an end
you'll
to
get
it.
to know soon enough.
Oof, it's not much, but it'll do. He puts his hand out.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material. No, he already is a sergeant. That's what you're feeling. He just wasn't sure what you are.
Bigger than a sergeant. Okay. We can't boast up physical instrument, but because we got the level up, it might have unlocked. Ooh, God, what do we do? What do we do? What do I get from this? Come on. White Morning, magnesium-based, Arnovan Eek. Oh, what a conundrum, what a dilemma.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you?
Yeah,
Notice how
yeah.
it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clausia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end. Anything
What do you
struck
mean?
you a bit off about this mishmash?
Yeah, all of these.
Absolutely.
Well, the bullet didn't come
It
from
could
the,
have come
from the roof.
anywhere, but you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind the window.
The bullet was jacketed, and those just don't
Good
lie
point.
around everywhere.
It is rather rare these days, but do continue.
Mm-hmm. The footprints in the pinball workshop didn't fit with the Odd Souls prints.
They didn't.
And so far, no one has mentioned hearing the shot.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
done thinking about this.
Finish thought.
You left me no other
Just
option.
Finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now. You know that. Free as a bird on that roof. Lighting
Yeah,
up a
not
cigarette
like,
and
not
thinking,
really free.
Am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous.
Man, I hate that they put me up against myself like that. Okay, let's see. Whew.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction. The youth center cuts into...
We can put logic in and try and get that up. Or we can put in... That's the boombox, not the multi-tool. Did that unlock? Please? Please unlock.
This orange machine is dead still.
No,
It
I
has
can't. I can't put any more points in physical instrument. Is there some way for me to level up my cap? I may have to end the stream and like look up and see if there's a way that I can swing this. Oh, there's Guillaume de Millon in the poster.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for...
Where's my tank top, baby? Physical instrument. Physical instrument. Just in case we got to deal with our pain threshold. Physical instrument, right. Authority, half-light. Let's see, gloves. Let's put on our gauntlets.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a
Let's
dog
go.
for its master.
Ooh.
Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game.
Say nothing. Revel in the feeling.
A warm wave of accomplishment
Good
washes
for us.
over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment, it feels like you're strong enough to succeed at anything you ever set your mind to. Hey, but you're still in a ghost house. What if someone heard this? What if they know you're here?
Good technique.
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory from another life, when you were young and fit.
But I still can't put anything in there, huh? Okay, well, I think this is where I'm going to call it. And I'll look up and see if there's some way around this. We're going to do one more of these, and then I think we'll solve it. It is now day 5. We've synthesized a lot of thoughts. We got a couple of things that we could spend it on. Do we want to rhetoric our way into a locked crate, or help people figure out what's going on with the zoning? So think about that next time. Rob, where do we put this precious, precious point of experience to? All right, that's it. Be good out there. I love y'all. Everybody stay safe, and we'll see you guys next time. DISCOOOO Elysium. What an incredible game. All right, adios, everybody.